measure. It needs a holistic approach to construct confidence, as we have heard over the last couple of days. Another aspect, it is becoming a management tool rather than just a measurement. This management tool supports the decision-making processes that are key to address expectation and needs from the community on a democratic level and attend to complex situations that have to be addressed, like crime and violence. The co-design of the measurement and the ownership were essential in this process. The trust-building mechanisms must be a fundamental element in the institutional training of a police institution. The experience in Honduras shows the importance of trust in police transformation. The main basis of police work is in the relationship with the community, and it increases the effectiveness of its actions and consolidation of a collaborative mechanisms with other institutions in the security sector. Taking into account the importance of information and for decision-making processes, the construction of the measure of trust will not only improve the results of a day-to-day police work, but also modernize training system and training programs, as well as enhancing the interagency coordination mechanisms, and in particularly to understand citizens' expectations and their needs to act accordingly and contribute to crime prevention, which is one of the main factors to reduce violence in a country that has been so affected by homicide, like the case of Honduras. There is still a lot of work to do, but to start with confidence building and the social contract with the state and the citizen is a key aspect to make people more secure. I think there are so many interesting experiences of police engagement in Latin America, in the Latin American region, that could be interest of other partners of the world that were present today. And I think in this police summit in Dubai, it would be very useful to include, maybe in the coming years, some important experiences in the governance of use of force, the relationship between the police and the media, which is a very important and strategic element in the LAC region, gender mainstreaming, the role of the security sector in the mitigation of climate change, which is an area that we in DCAF are looking more and more, and so many examples that we have in DCAF that could be useful for other contexts of police institutions. I would like to thank you for your attention and hope we can continue to exchange more experiences that are taking place in Latin America and the Caribbean that could be really useful to this part of the world, where we think the exchange and the South-South cooperation can be a very important element to create not only ownership within our countries, but to reinforce the experiences and to build up more confidence in the structures that we have, and so that we can really work towards a better security within our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Christina. I would now like to welcome Mr. Cesar Mocarzo, Managing Director at SIA Partners, to deliver a keynote on social innovation in community policing.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very pleased to be with you this morning as the Managing Director of SIA Partners Middle East and as Knowledge Partners for the World Police Summit for the second year in a row. What we would like to discuss with you today is how to integrate three main dimensions. The first one is policing, which is our core of what we do. The second one is the community, which is the ultimate goal of what we do. And the third dimension is innovation, which keeps us surviving, keeps us ready for the future. Allow me to start by constellations, the science of constellations, the science of the stars. As some of you may know, our ancestors, and for those who like to go camping, when they look up in the sky, and nowadays we're moving to an expression which is sky is not the limit. To address the North Star, we look at what we call the Little Ursa. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to reflect a bit, and that was during COVID, how organizations and governments can relaunch after COVID. And I was lucky enough to work with a team of experts to develop a framework inspired by the Little Ursa. This framework at the time, we called it 7 Ps Ursa, and this framework has been adapted to management. And the management of organizations, and especially when it comes to security and safety organizations, North Star is the vision that we want to achieve. And this 7 Ps framework, if I want to be brief about it, because I want to deep dive more on the specific topic, starts with the power of leadership. And this is where the vision is. This is where the North Star is. Then the second P is looking at the pioneering aspect that we want to achieve, the continuous innovation that we want to reach, the new models we want to create, the new interactions we want to create. And all these creations lead to the third P, which is the product and services delivery that we do. All the proximity to our end users, the tech that we are going to establish, the seamless activities that we want to provide. All these seamless activities cannot be nowadays without a combination between the physical aspect that we are used to and the digital aspect that we are exploring and we are trying and experimenting, and hence the phygital P of this framework. Then we look at the public aspect, the end users that are benefiting from what we are offering, the services that we are providing, the security, the proximity to our citizens is very critical in what we do. Then goes the protection aspect, which is core of our business. And the last P, and you see that it's in the corner of this entire framework, is people. And I would like to start from here, linking the P of public and linking the P of people, to see how we can, as police forces today, be it direct or indirect players in security and safety, be more close or closer to our community, but also keeping the innovation aspect sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, community policing is not a new concept. Community policing, as we know, started and was launched by two authors in the early 80s. And this theory of broken windows stated that anything that is visible to the community and that is violent will generate more violence in the society. More crimes, more disorders that we need to deal with. And eventually, one of the conclusions that this study came up with is that the crime and the fear of crime, if you want to manage it, we really need to manage street life in order to achieve public order. This being said, and one of the leading players in community policing in the world in the US defines community policing as a philosophy, and I would like to highlight the word philosophy, that interacts between partnerships, that interacts between problem solvers in a sustainable way, in an innovative way, in order to deal with crimes and disorders in the community. So the ultimate goal is to be proactive. The ultimate goal of this philosophy is to be taking a step ahead, but eventually what we want to achieve is a reduction of crime, is a reduction of disorders in the community. So how would this work? To start with, if we look at the different aspects of community policing, we can categorize them into 4 main areas. The first area is looking at community-based crime prevention. How we are taking initiatives to be close to the community, but eventually what we want is to educate more, is to reduce crimes. The second one, and this is something that we are also seeing as a trend globally, is shifting commands to lower ranks. And I'm going to go with few examples in a moment. The third category of community policing, of what we see in terms of dimensions implemented globally, is looking at a proactive participation from police forces to neighborhoods. And the fourth and last category is looking on the other side, is looking how we can engage more the community to be part of taking decisions within policing, to be part of planning police operations and police work. Now, the main question that we want always to ask ourselves is how innovation would club with community policing. What is interesting here is to look at this into 5 main areas. The first one is that when we have continuous innovation, when we deal with the community, this helps us to successfully execute this philosophy. Eventually, a philosophy tells always that there is nothing right and there is nothing wrong. It's a belief, and this belief, if we truly believe that it's going to add value to our community, to be a safer community, to be a more secure community, then we're going to try it and adapt accordingly. The best point here is to look at it from a funnel perspective. And the important aspect in this, in instilling innovation in community policing, is to look at it from the setup first step, where we identify the need and the intervention that we want to achieve. The second aspect is what we call diverge, and this is where we want more interactions, more engagement with the community. The third step is to connect all these dots together and see how we can get a solution out of that. The fourth is to start converging things up, and the last one is the emerging solution that we want to achieve, or the activity that we want to start implementing and continuously monitor over time. The second aspect of innovation implementation when it comes to community policing is the decentralization aspect. We know, and this is something that you are used to over time and history, especially when it comes to policing and to police forces, is one has a command. What innovation implementation throughout community policing is trying to do is to decentralize this decision-making, is to give more power to lower ranks, to give them the ability to take decision closer to the community, simply because there is no time to take anybody's command at that specific moment or circumstance when we are closer to the situation and the circumstance itself. So personalization is very critical in that aspect. Looking at it case by case, community by community, zone by zone is very critical. The third aspect is to look at it from a proactive and preventive measure. So data is there. We are very good in analyzing this data, and this is what we are very good at in policing over time and investigations and so on. But what we really want to do over here is to take a friendlier measure, a proactive measure with respect to the community in order to find that solution. And what's always impressive is that we never see results immediately. And we start questioning what we are doing. Is it the right way? Is this activity right? Is it the best approach to deal with this zone, with this community? And then we start looking and challenging ourselves and challenging the status quo. And this is the right way, iterations. The fourth aspect is sharing the values and creating the trust. It's very important to be closer to the community. And now what we see is that even the word police, the word force, we're trying to be far away from it. We don't want to use anymore the word force. We don't want to use anymore and even the word police. So proximity is critical. Sharing this responsibility in reducing the crimes, preventing the crimes from happening is an important focus. And the last aspect is creating the future of the communities. I believe we all are aware of the behavioral science methodologies and tools that exist today, enabled by technology. Today, what we want to do throughout community policing, and in one of the conversations I had with the commissioner of the prisons in Singapore a bit earlier this morning, they are trying to instill the word community supervision rather than community policing as well. So we want to change the behaviors of our societies with time. This takes a lot of time. And when we change those behaviors, eventually, we're gonna reduce the number of crimes. We're gonna reduce the number of disorders. And this is how we want to shape, or we want to be a player as police forces in shaping the future of communities. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a few examples of those four categories that I mentioned a bit earlier. The first one, be it the community-based crime prevention. So we have seen many examples over time. I would like to share with you a couple of examples how to engage more community in being part of crime preventions in our different societies. What we have seen in the US is what we call great and dare, fighting drugs. And this is something that we have seen, drug abuse resistance education. It's being more proactive in showing the impact of what drugs will do to the youth. And depending on the different segmentations between race, age, gender, those approaches are different. One of the nice practices I also have seen and I really like is what they call GREAT, Gang Resistance Education and Training. And what you see common over here is the educational aspect. So we are closer to the youth, we are closer to the community, but we are building with them the new generation, the generation of the future. Another example on shifting command to lower ranks, what we have also seen over time is the development of trying all different approaches until we reach the solution. And eventually, making arrests is the last resort we want to use. One of the nice practices that we have seen over time as well is when we are there close to the community, when we look, for example, in Europe and in the US, on homeless people in the streets, eventually some laws and regulations, depending on the jurisdictions, would push to arrest these people. And the community police officers who are there on ground, they have the full rights and the full decision power in order to take that person to do more societal work rather than going to jail or to the police station that is around the corner. And this is their own decision to be taken. On the third dimension, with respect to proactive participation in neighborhoods, it's very important to build partnerships, creating new partnerships with other governments, with the private sectors, with NGOs, with associations, with educational facilities, with training centers, and was also with rehab centers. And all this enabled by new ways, new means of perception to the community, has enabled police forces to be closer and in more proximity to the society. To give you an example on the mobility means, we are used in many areas of the world to the siren, to the car, to the motorcycle. Eventually, when we see a police officer walking in a bicycle, driving a bicycle or a cycle, on a scooter, on a horse, this whole perception as a community brings us closer to the police officer themselves. And it creates a move from a feeling of fear to the feeling of integrity, of proximity, of being part of the security and safety movement in the different cities. And last, in order also to share with you some of those practices, is how we can engage the community to be part of planning police operations. And eventually, what ultimately we're trying to do over here is to delegate the power to the community. So we want the citizens of the cities to help us get the right measures to protect them. And one of the nice practices there is the two-way communication, the continuous feedback that we get from the community. And We Are All Police is one of the practices that is implemented here in Dubai through the different channels that exist to also show the disorders, the wrong practices that happen over the streets, over the different neighborhoods to the police officers, and actions are being taken accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, and this is a theory, a philosophy that we started last year in the first presence with us in the World Police Summit, it's the STRONG framework. By STRONG, ladies and gentlemen, over here, and when it comes to community, policing, and innovation, the S stands for society first. The T stands for the transparency that we want to have the community being engaged with us. The R is the response and the proximity we want to create with the neighborhoods. The O is the outreach to all segments without any bias. The N is the new ways and the continuous innovation. We want to always challenge ourselves in how we get our community participating with us. And the G is the global participation and connection and network and knowledge sharing that we need to keep on nurturing with our peers, similar to what we are doing here in the World Police Summit. Towards the end, it's very important to reconsider and always keep in mind that by embracing the power of community engagement and collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, we always can achieve a strong, safer, and more secure world for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukarzil. We will now have a presentation on AI in policing, making expert practice a reality in domestic homicide prevention. Let's welcome our speaker, Mr. Benedict Hargreaves, Domain Senior Specialist at BAE Systems Digital Intelligence.
Good morning, and I think there's just a technical issue around the presentation, so I'll just wait 1 second. But
my
firstly,
digital card. So
thank you very much to Dubai Police and the organisers for what's been a fantastic conference so far. My name is Ben Hargreaves. I'm a retired Detective Chief Superintendent. I now work for BAE Systems in the Law Enforcement Consultancy. I'm going to be talking to you today about a bit of a case study, to be honest. And this is where a situation we encounter quite often within policing. We see that there's some really clever practice developed some committed individuals who are looking at a problem, finding some real solutions, but consistently, particularly when it comes to data and information, that they hit a barrier, and that is that there's often not enough people within the system, not enough analysts. Closer? Yeah. Not enough analysts within the organisations to make it a reality. So that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. So, to give you a bit of background, we're going to talk about a domestic homicide, and this is where our story starts. So, the 1st of February 2022, the tragic murder of Ashley Wadsworth by her partner, Jack Seppel. Now, Jack was known to the police service for several domestic abuse offences, but he didn't feature on any of the approved assessment lists. He wasn't prioritised by the system. And this caused a rapid review by the police force. They wanted to understand why this dangerous individual hadn't been picked up by the traditional methods. So in order to do that, they reviewed a number of different homicide offences within Essex Police, and they highlighted a theme where the what's known as the RFG, recency, frequency and gravity cohorts, weren't being picked up properly, and perpetrators went on to commit murders. And their assessment was working with some universities to review how the recency, frequency, gravity method of assessment was used, was that it had turned into a solution that was more geared towards demand, reducing demand, being able to cope with a number of high-risk situations at once. And insufficient weight was being placed on some of the factors that the academic research was saying actually were strong contributors towards later going on to commit homicide offences. So the analysts within their journey started to design a cohort based on, what are these indicators? There's a lot of academic research available that shows what are the behaviours that perpetrators display on their journey towards a domestic homicide. So that research was taken into account, and they looked at a data set going over 5 years, not only looking at those pure domestic homicides, but also what they were referring to as near misses, so those serious assaults, those occasions when there had been perhaps a strangulation that was non-fatal, so that they had a really wide picture of the behaviours that they were looking for. Now, the way they started to assess it, the method they came up with, looked at multiple iterations, and in their new assessment method, they found that the perpetrator for the Ashley Wadsworth murder featured in the top 5 of both of these new cohort designs. And that was a really significant moment to be able to show that moving from the existing methodology to the new methodology allowed them to identify their perpetrator, their high-risk perpetrator, on both designs was a significant step forward. So in terms of what they were looking for at that stage, and remember this is the first part of the journey, they identified that there were 6 separate areas that they needed to focus on. Coercive and controlling behaviour, false imprisonment, stalking and harassment, malicious communications, and where there was a perpetrator who had multiple victims that spanned over a 3-year period. And this, as we say, this initial cohort again had its limitations. So they realised that there were additional factors that they needed to consider within the data that would give them that really rich picture about offender behaviour. So the research continued, and as they worked with the academics, they identified 40 different risk factors across both the suspect and the relationship. Because this is a complex situation that's going on, we need to look at both the offender behaviour and the victim behaviour. And due to the complexities involved in applying weightings to these 40 indicators, being able to look for them in the data, being sensitive to changes in that information, the force hit a real roadblock, and that's the roadblock that I talked about at the start. They developed a fantastic methodology but it was actually getting too complicated for people to do on their own. And that's when they reached out and said, we need some help with technology. So bringing expert practice, expert knowledge to life is where technology can really step in and help. So the force applied to the Home Office and the National Police Chiefs Council and was successful in obtaining funding under the STAR programme, which is about science, technology and research, and started to work with our company BAE Systems to say, well, what have you got that could help us? We've got the expert knowledge, we've developed the practice, how do we now bring that to life? And so we started to work with them. We used our bespoke product, ILAS, and what ILAS does is it effectively replicates the work of a human analyst. So we step into their organisation, we work with their experts, and through a number of different workshops, we were able to capture their expert practice around looking at I've just gone one too far, but I'll come on to this one. So working with their experts, we were able to capture their tradecraft. We were actually able to understand what it was that the analysts were looking for in the data. And so I think my slideshow's gone onto a loop, but if you're able to deal with that at the back. No. Anyway, so working with the analysts, we could work out what it was that they wanted to find. So the experts were able to pinpoint those 40 indicators that I talked about earlier. But in addition to that, because of the new capability that technology could provide, we identified 200 separate indicators within the data that the system was able to look for. And what it does is it's able to constantly, working from a mind map of information, look for the small pieces of data that when assembled start to give you a bigger picture. So what we were trying to do was show that we know what the journey looks like for a perpetrator who goes on to commit domestic homicide. There are indicators in their life, there are behaviours, and we can plot those really early on. So being able to see what happens when a perpetrator starts on that journey towards a domestic homicide brings the intervention point so much further forward, because you can see what's going on. You can see the situation that's getting worse. You can see the thing that's developing, which allows you to start putting your interventions in so that you can prevent that ultimate domestic homicide taking place. Now, if any of you are familiar with the work of Professor Larry Sherman, part of the Society of Evidence-Based Policing, and I'd urge anybody who hasn't heard of it to have a look, join the International Society of Evidence-Based Policing. There's a lot of research out there talking about the importance of prioritisation, being able to see who are your most high-risk individuals, who are those small group of people that are committing the most harm in your communities. And that's what we're doing with ILAS. We are able to automatically identify, prioritise and present those high-risk cases. And because ILAS is able to give you that stack of information, that prioritised risk list, we can tell you who the most high-risk areas are. But also, because it's a machine operating at machine speed, using the artificial intelligence based around inference and reasoning, we can tell you those situations that are getting worse. Because it's really important to notice who is your top 10, top 20, top 50 perpetrators. But it's also really important to see the one who yesterday was ranked at 2,000, but because of an incident, because of a piece of information, their rank has now changed and they've jumped up to 500, because that rate of change we've identified is a really important intervention point in stopping that person's behaviour. Now, we've talked about domestic homicide and the work that Kent Police have done with Essex Police as well. But another very recent example is Sussex Police. So many of you may have seen, I'm sure, problems in London around young men in particular carrying knives and stabbing each other. A lot of unnecessary deaths of young people taking place because of knife crime. Now, Sussex Police did something very similar to Essex. They developed something known as the Habitual Knife Carriers Index, and there's a really good write-up of the index on the College of Policing website. Now, the index itself was a method for identifying those risky cohorts. Who are the habitual knife carriers? Who are those young men who are going to go on either to be killed themselves or to kill others? And again, they came up with the methodology, they got the academic involvement, the really good practice, but that force again hit the same stumbling block. They couldn't find enough analysts to keep going. They couldn't process the information quick enough. They were refreshing their cohort every 6 months. So working with them, we've been able to actually take their tradecraft, work with their analysts and capture the habitual knife carriers index. And now it's running, able to identify the precursor behaviours, those incidents, those actions that people start to do when they're joining that journey. And not only the individual who is the potential knife carrier, but really you have to look wider than that. So there's this ripple effect that moves out. So you have the young person who starts to carry a knife, but then who's looking up to them? Who's going to copy their behaviour? And we're able to identify perhaps a young sibling or an associate who is also going to get swept up within that knife crime environment. So being, again, able to identify not only who the habitual knife carriers are, but those at risk of becoming a knife carrier, again, is a really important step in the process. The habitual knife carriers index itself has a reduction in reoffending rate of 73%. And that's a significant impact, significant reduction of harm. And I think Sussex Police are really to be congratulated on what they've achieved, because they are actively saving lives on a daily basis. And what they're doing is they are using their cohort to put some targeted interventions into. So they've got the evidence base, they know who their offenders are, they know who their potential new offenders are, but having the support of third parties coming in to do that work with the young people to stop their offending is really allowing them to get on top of a problem that has been just growing without control. Now, being able to automate that process removes some of the manual work from the situation and really allows them to focus even more on who they're going to work with. But thank you very much for your time. I'd be very very keen to speak to anybody after this talk to either introduce you to Essex Police, Sussex Police, to talk about the work that they've been doing and some of the results that they're seeing, because I cannot stress this enough. They are actively saving lives on a daily basis, and knowing that there is technology support out there is really allowing them to achieve the ambitions that they set out to from the start. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hargreaves. Up next is a leadership keynote on the effective implementation of a tourism police. Let's welcome Dr. Peter Tarlow, President of Tourism and More Consulting Services, to the stage.
Good morning. It's good to be with everyone here. My name is Dr. Peter Tarlow. I work in the world of tourism security, which is an area that many of you may not be familiar with. It's an area that is geared not only to the best forms of policing in civil policing, but it's also a way to create economic development and change the reputation of a place. This morning, we're going to be speaking about a number of issues very quickly. And I should say that I normally speak for about 2 or 3 weeks, and this time I have 30 minutes and then some time for questions. So I'm going to have to make this much simpler and much less complicated than normally. I did bring business cards with me. If anyone would like them, I'd be happy to put you on a tourism tidbits list, which is a newsletter I send out once a month for free, no advertisement, no cost, about the issues of tourism security. So afterwards, please see me. I'll be more than happy to do that. I'd like you to think for a second, what do we mean by tourism security? Is it solving a problem? Is it protecting the tourists? Is it protecting reputation? Is it creating economic development? Everything that we do, every question that I've asked you, has to deal with those basic issues. This morning, we'll talk a little bit about understanding the basics of tourism security. I want to give you a very brief history of how it developed around the world. I want to distinguish something which many police officers have trouble with, the difference between safety and security, and why we call it often surety. And I want to go over some of the basic concepts of why a visitor needs special care and why we've created what's called TOPS, Tourism-Oriented Policing and Protection Services. If you're interested in the subject, I did bring 3 of the many books that I've written. This book is on tourism-oriented policing and protection services. This is a book on tourism security in general, and I brought a book along with me. I can't give them to you, but at least you can see them, on event risk management and safety. So those, and I'd be more than happy to tell you about some of the other issues that we have. So very quickly, how did tourism security begin? It's an outgrowth of what's called community policing. But in community policing, the community stays the same and the police officers change. They come and go. In tourism policing, it's the exact opposite. The police officers, the police tourism security unit stays the same, but the people who you're serving are different each day. So the question is, when we talk about serving in tourism security, who needs our protection and for what reasons? So let's think about it. Think for a second yourselves, who do we need who needs our protection? Well, one, visitors. And I'll talk a little bit later about why visitors need our protection. But not all visitors are good. Some visitors come for the exact purpose of learning how they can rob other visitors. Some visitors are here to have a good time, spend money, leave, and enjoy themselves. But other people are here to take advantage of them. And so we have to be able to distinguish between the visitor who's here to take advantage of the person and the visitor who's here to have a good time and to enjoy. Secondly, we need to protect the visitors from people in the local community. Now, I know here in Dubai, you have very low crime, but around the world, there's lots of crime in lots of ways. Let me ask you a basic question. Who is the easiest person to rob when traveling? And often the answer is a police officer, because they're so sure that no one will ever attack them that they let their guard down. So interestingly enough, when we travel, we have to be protected against the local population, even against people in the tourism industry. For example, in Hawaii, if you arrive in Honolulu and you want to take a cab to Waikiki, which is the main beach area, if you speak English without an accent, they will probably charge you about $35 for the cab ride. If you speak English with an accent, it may be $40 or $45. If you don't speak English, that same cab driver may charge you $50. Now that's a very small difference, but if you add that up by 100 people a week, at $10, you're now talking about $1,000 per cabbie. Multiply that times 1,000 cabbies, multiply that by 12 months a year, and you now have an enormous amount of money that has been stolen from people in the tourism industry. We call that a crime of dispersion. In other words, the crime is so low that the normal person will not report it. So let me go over for a second some of the key elements in tourism security. One of the key elements is, and I'm never saying that the police don't tell the truth, but I never believe police statistics when it comes to tourism. Why? Because most tourists never report a crime. When we say that we have X number of robberies, or X number of pickpockets, or X number of room invasions, what we're saying is that's only probably 10% of the total number of people who are affected by it. The average visitor says, you know what, it's not going to matter. I have to leave tomorrow on a plane. They're never going to find the person who, the perpetrator. They're never, I'll just leave. So unless it's a serious crime, a felony, a murder, or a rape, some form of sexual assault, we never hear about it. So when we look at the data, we have to be incredibly careful to figure out exactly what's going on. Secondly, tourism security is about protecting the location. That means visitors have a way of defacing a location. Graffiti is a problem. We have to figure out ways to make sure that the location stays for years to come. Thirdly, we have to protect people who work in the tourism industry. Again, most likely this is not a problem in Dubai, but around the world, it is more dangerous often to be a housekeeper in a hotel than it is to be a police officer on the street. Very often these people are in a place illegally, they're working for a very small amount of money, and they are often taken advantage of by tourists who know that they will not get reported. Next, in tourism security, we have to protect the reputation. One of our jobs is to make sure that we not only protect the visitor, but also the reputation. And so what does that mean? That means, for example, when I came to the airport, is there somebody who's there to greet me? Is there a police officer who says, sir, this is how you go? Or please, here's my card, if you need anything. I strongly suggest that tourism police have more than electronic cards. Physical cards are essential when you're speaking to a visitor. They're not going to be able to find you again if it's an electronic card. So, you want to, how you act, the moment you put on a uniform, you are no longer just a member of the police department. You are now a representative of your country and what you do. So let's talk a little bit now about how we do this. There are 5 key elements to tourism security: safety, security, economics, reputation, and what we now call health or biosecurity. What is the difference between safety and security? A simple way to understand that is, safety is when I do something against myself. For example, the floor is wet. I didn't see that it was wet. I fell. The handrail is wobbly. I didn't understand that it was not secure. And so what did I do? I fell again. I tripped. That's safety. Security is when somebody does something to harm another person. The floor was wet. I put water on the floor, and I took away the sign saying, be careful, you might fall. I made sure that the handrail was unsafe. And I make sure that the food that you're being given is not safe to eat. Those would be security issues. On the other hand, if a waiter comes to work and just doesn't feel well and gets people sick, that's safety. Secondly, The tourism industry is the biggest industry, peacetime industry in the world. It is estimated about $9 trillion, not million, not billion, trillion. $9 trillion is spent on tourism. Think of the importance to Dubai of the tourism industry. You have over 1,000 hotels in this area. What would it be if you had no visitors coming to Dubai? What would be the economic costs? What would happen to the money that comes to a police department? When a tourist comes, he pays taxes, he buys items, he eats or she eats in a restaurant. All that money would go down the drain. No one has to go to any location. I'm 77 years old. I've lived my entire life without being in Dubai. Maybe that's a mistake. I'm very happy to be here. But the bottom line is that you have to fight for your visitor every week. And that means that you have to be able to get that person to come to you. Tourism is a business. And the business of business is business. If you don't make a profit, it doesn't exist. And so part of good policing is to make a profit. Now, we've studied, many people believe that police scare visitors away. That is very much not true. The first studies were done in New Zealand. And we had, on the main harbor in Wellington, New Zealand, we put all the police on one side and all the no police on the other side of the harbor. What did we discover? That visitors spend more money when they see police officers, they have a better time, and they have a higher rate to come back. If you use policing correctly, the police do not only cost you nothing, they make a community money. And that's one of the major mistakes that has been happening around the world. The better we have good tourism policing, who are there trained to help us, the more successful we are when it comes to economic development. And tourism policing is not just about safety and security, it's also about economic development and making a community healthier, happier, and wealthier. All three are very important concepts. And so that is the reason we do that. Now, some of the differences between tourism policing and other forms of policing: the tourism police officer wants to be easily identified. He wants to understand that tourists live in a very different world than the average visitor. If you lose your wallet in your local person, you might have family, you go to the bank, you call a friend, you get help. If someone steals my wallet or steals my passport, how do I go home tomorrow? I now have a major problem. And so the ability to turn a negative into a positive. Let me give you one example. This took place in Disney World in California. A friend of mine, who's a tourism police officer, sees a woman. She is crying. And he says to her, "Ma'am, is everything okay?" And she says, "I lost my passport." And he says, "Did anybody steal it?" "Absolutely not, officer. There was no crime, but I don't know where my passport is, and I have to get on the plane tomorrow." He calls her country's consulate, and the consulate says, "It's 3:45. We close at 5 o'clock. If she's not here, she's got to get maybe 60 kilometers in Los Angeles traffic. If she's not here, we close, she doesn't go home." What did he do? He took his car, he drove her personally to the consulate in Los Angeles, stayed with her until she got a new passport. Let me ask you, when she got home, whom did she speak more highly of? Her own country's consulate or the tourism police in Anaheim, California? He won a client forever. He was able to turn a negative into a positive. We do that in tourism policing all around the world. So let me give you some of the key elements of why visitors are different than the average person who lives in the community. One, when we travel, we tend to put our common sense on hold. We're tired. When I got to Dubai, I had traveled over 20 hours. I wasn't thinking. I couldn't find a police officer. That's a problem. It is essential that somebody be there who says, welcome, and if you have a problem, let me know. We do silly things when we travel. We forget to lock our doors. We leave our wallet on the table. We're just not thinking. We're tired. Airplanes often believe we're all too fat, and therefore they try to starve us when we're on the plane. Not on Emirates Airlines, I might say, but most airlines are that way. So when we travel, we put our common sense on hold. We just do silly things. Secondly, we're anomic. Now, if you're not used to that word, to be anomic is the opposite of alienation. If anybody here has a teenager at home, or had a teenager, or was a teenager, teenagers want to go to the very edge and not quite fall. I remember when my children were small, I had a rule: you have to make your bed before we have breakfast. One of my sons, who today is a lawyer, didn't want to do it. He declared his room an independent country and announced that I needed a visa to come in to inspect. What did I do? I could have had a war with him. I could have said, I can overpower you. But instead, what I did is I said, you know, you're 100% correct. You are now an independent country. I'm cutting off all foreign aid. That means no food, no water, no electricity, done. What happened to the country? It surrendered. Now that's understanding, that's alienation. Anomie is, I would follow the rules if I understand them. For example, I notice here, coming to the World Trade Center, everybody crosses on red. I don't know why, but they do it. I got confused. I thought, wow, maybe in Dubai people cross on red and stop on green. I'm sure that's not true, but that's an example. How much do I leave as a tip? Should I tip? Yesterday, my wife and I took the metro, the subway, to the Dubai Mall. We didn't know which line to take. Somebody was nice enough to help us and to show us what we do. That's anomic behavior. The tourist just doesn't know, and it's our job to help that person be able to do it. Thirdly, when we travel, our stress levels go up. So the word vacation comes from the French word vacances, which means to empty your mind. I am paying you to take care of me. The problem is that we tell people when you go on vacation, they'll be stress-free, you won't have a problem, everything's going to be great. It doesn't work that way. You get to the hotel, they're not ready. The room isn't working. You have to, if you arrive in the morning, the hotel says, guess what? You can't enter the room until 3 p.m. You're basically a refugee with money. And most people, flights leave late at night. They kick you out of the hotel at 11 o'clock. What do? Where do you go? Those are all issues of stress. On top of that, men and women often see the world in different ways. The average man has 10 things he wants to do. I want to go see the mall. I want to go see the frame. I want to go see the old city. I want to go see the gold city. I want to go swimming. Whatever it is, the average man thinks that way. Often the average woman also has 10 concepts. What are those concepts? The first 9 are, do you love me? Do you care about me? And the average man is saying, lady, if I didn't love you, you wouldn't be with me. Now let's go on and do something. What I'm trying to tell you is that when couples travel together, the stress level goes up tremendously. And the higher the stress, and every police officer knows, the higher the chance for domestic violence. And there's nothing more dangerous than domestic violence. When we travel, we lower our inhibitions. That means people are willing to be ruder. They may experiment with drugs. They may experiment with liquor. They may experiment with other items. And so what they do is completely different than what we think they're going to do. And so when we travel, our stress levels go up and our inhibitions go down. It should be the other way around. but it doesn't go that way. Okay, the last one I'm going to tell you is time. Time is the most important concept when you have a tourism problem. Why do we become upset when we have to wait in line? Because we're going to miss our next event. Why do people become frustrated when they are trying to go through security? They're afraid they're going to miss their plane. The higher the number of time, the more chaotic it tends to be. And so, if you can solve issues of time, you can solve almost anything. Now, let me give you an example of a place called Charleston, South Carolina. It was one of the worst communities for visitors in the United States. But their chief of police, whose name before he died was Reuben Greenberg, was so smart that he was able to turn things around. And what he said is, our police are so good that if anything happens to you, if you lose anything, if somebody steals something from you, we can pay you on the spot $400. I said, wow, talk about everybody in the world can steal from the police. Well, far from it. In the first year of the program, they spent $5,000 and they made $500,000. And as their police department said to me, would you spend $5,000 to make $500,000? The answer is yes. Because he turned it around and people were so shocked, other people started coming to Charleston. The more people came to Charleston, the better the city got. The more restaurants opened, the more hotels opened, the cleaner the city was. So what do we see? Charleston went from one of the worst tourism cities to one of the best. And while I cannot say that was 100% determined by the police department of Charleston, South Carolina, to a great extent, that tourism police turned the economy of Charleston around and made Charleston from a negative community into a very positive community, a place where today literally tens of thousands of people come. So again, that gives you an example. Now, one of the ways to make sure, and I'm really impressed by Dubai, is how clean it is. In tourism policing, one of the key elements we want is no graffiti. We want lots of flowers. We want the place to look beautiful. The more beautiful a place is, the lower the crime. I think Dubai is a perfect example of that. I'm incredibly impressed by all the flowers, by the beautiful manicured lawns, by the fact that I don't see garbage on the streets. A person who understood that very well was a former mayor of New York by the name of Giuliani. And Rudolph Giuliani, New York was crime-ridden in the 1980s. And what he did is he said, no, I'm going to start with little things, and if I can make sure the little things are good, then the positive things will come along the way. So what did he do? They got rid of graffiti. They planted flowers. People said, police are planting flowers? That makes no sense. The more flowers the police planted, the more beautiful New York City became, the lower the crime went. And so what we see is one of the key elements in tourism security is having the police work on beautification. The more beautiful a place is, the lower the crime rate that you're going to have. So again, that tells us quite a lot about it. Now, one of the big issues that we have in policing is the issue of how do we measure. And often in classical policing, we say we solve so many burglaries, so many murders, so many sexual assaults, whatever. But think about it. Does a tourist care about that? And the answer is no. So one of the projects I did around the world was to show how safe a location is. And what I did is I worked with the Las Vegas police. The sheriff of Las Vegas, the chief of Las Vegas, gave me 18 police officers. I had them dressed every way possible, in police uniforms, not in police uniforms, in shorts, in bathing suits. We were at swimming pools, you name it, we were there. And we wanted to know, the question was, what is the chance of your coming to Las Vegas and you will never need a police officer? In other words, we will make it so safe that you'll be able to come here and have a great time without worrying. And what we discovered was two important facts. One, The average person who comes to Las Vegas, the only money they lose is in the casino. Okay, that's why you're coming. I can accept that. That's not a problem. The second part of we learned is that people need to see identifiable uniforms. Our police were in brown, like a brown police uniform. People were looking for a blue uniform. I would say to someone, have you seen a police officer standing next to the police officer? And the answer that would come was no, because they assumed the person in the brown uniform was not a police officer. The more identifiable a police officer is, the more money people spend, the happier they are, and the better the chance that they will come back. And in tourism, repeat customers always spend more money than non-repeat customers. So you want people to come back a second, third, and fourth time. That's how you make money. Now, tourism policing is not just a general concept. It has sub-parts to it. For example, we have a whole division on hotel security. How quickly could we evacuate a hotel? Does the police officer know the entire floor plan of the hotel by memory? If you didn't have any electricity, how could you get someone out without an elevator? Those are key elements in tourism, in hotel security. How well do people operate when they come to the front desk? Are they greeted? Is there a fair rate of exchange given? So one of the big issues in tourism is hotel security. Another one is sports and special events. I know places like the UAE have major large functions. This is a major function. There are 3 major conventions going on at the same time. How quickly could we be evacuated? If there were a fire right now or something happened, would the police know? Would I be able to, 1, identify the police? And 2, how quickly could you get me out of here? The first 2 times I tried to get through doors, they kept telling me, no, that's the wrong door. It took me 20 minutes to leave this building. Now again, I'm a nomic. I don't know all the rules, but that's not my job. That's your job to be able to do it. How quickly have you gone through here? Could somebody fall? What type of air filtration do you have so somebody doesn't get sick? Every one of those is part of tourism policing and understanding how it's done. The same thing when it comes to sports stadiums. I had the privilege of working on 3 Olympics and a World Cup. I will tell you, the World Cup is a lot harder than Olympics because and the danger is not from the members of the team, it's from the fans. That if they're not happy, they could riot. And not all security at a sporting event takes place in the stadium. It often takes place outside of the stadium. And so there's a second part to that. Another area of tourism security is restaurant security. How sure are we, for example, is the table cleaned every time a customer gets up? Or do they just pick up dirty plates? If you have a buffet, can people sneeze on that buffet? How much security in an age of COVID, we just went through a pandemic. Are we prepared for another pandemic? We can almost be assured that there will be at some point a second COVID or some other form of that. Is your police department working and preparing itself for that type of world? Attractions and museum security. Right now, we have people attacking museums around the world. If you have precious art, if you have items that cannot be replaced, what type of security do you have? And let me point out, cameras help solve a crime afterwards. Cameras do not prevent crime. We have become so dependent on technology that we've forgotten without the human hand, it's not going to happen. Technology is wonderful, but we also have to have the other side of that, and that has to be the human being working to make sure that people are safe and understanding. When something goes wrong, I cannot speak to a camera. When something goes wrong, I can speak to a police officer. That police officer can change the way we see the world. Another area that's very important for policing is aquatic, beach security. How well is a beach patrolled? Is there undertows? For example, in Central America, I've had to work with hoteliers who don't tell the truth about the conditions of the ocean. And while the Pacific Ocean means peaceful, the Pacific Ocean is not peaceful. I cannot tell you how many young people drown. In Hawaii, the number one reason we lose visitors is young men on their honeymoon want to show their wife how well they can swim. They go to the north shore of the island of Oahu. They go into the ocean. They've never been on a surfboard before. They fall and they drown. That's when you need policing, to make sure that people who are not capable do not go into the oceans. And so beach security is a part of it. Now, how do we develop a TOPS unit? Not everyone in the world, not every police officer is good at every event. And so let me give you a few hints and things we know. One, think about it. Who is more detail-oriented, men or women? And the issue is women tend to be much more detail-oriented. On the other hand, maybe men are good at learning not how to listen, but men could let things kind of go. On the whole, most men are a little bit more benign when it comes to dealing with problems. And so very often in your tourism policing unit, you want to have people, you want to have a number of men. That doesn't mean, and I'm giving statistical, I'm not saying that women are not good. What I'm saying is that if you had to guess who would be better, the statistical average would go to the man. Two, when you are dealing with developing a tourism police unit, you want people who speak more than one language. The more languages you speak, not only are you more communicative, but you are more tolerant of people who need things. Three, you want people who are not too young. Police officers in their 20s want to go out and show everybody how strong they are and what they can do. You want people who are a little bit more mellow in their 40s, who have a little more patience and are willing to be able to talk about those types of things. You want people who have a sense of being, they like talking to people. For example, when I've been around this convention for the last 2 or 3 days, to some of the police officers here, to everyone I say, hi, my name's Peter Tarlow, how are you? Some people look at me like I'm crazy. Some people say, oh, welcome to Dubai. I want the person who's extroverted in tourism policing, not the person who's introverted. If you're introverted, you'll be a great police officer when it comes to being a detective, but not a tourism police officer. I like people who like to talk. I like people, the more talking you do, the more questions you ask, the more information you're getting. And so you want people who are going to engage with the visitor. Where are you from? What are you doing? How are you here? Those are key issues that you want people to be able to ask. Let me tell you a few case studies, because I don't have that much time, different places around the world and how they've solved problems. I've mentioned Honolulu. Honolulu in the 1990s was a failure. People were not coming. We created what we called at the time HVISA, which stands for Hawaii Visitor Industry Security Association. It was composed of the Hawaiian Police, the Hotel Association, the Restaurant Association, the tourism industry, the government of Hawaii, and we all work together. It doesn't do the police any good if they arrest somebody and the judge lets them out. So we needed to change laws, and we worked together. We needed to make sure that the police had access to hotels. We needed to make sure that we had other volunteers. You will never have enough police officers, ever. So what we did is created people who are young retirees, people who are in their 50s or 60s. We gave them walkie-talkies, and they became friends of the tourism police. And they couldn't arrest you. They couldn't, but what they could do is call a police officer if you needed it. Hawaii turned itself around. In the 1990s, the main street, which is called Kalakala Avenue, was empty. In 2020, you have lines at 1 o'clock in the morning to still get to a restaurant. So much of that credit goes to the Honolulu police. Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro is a place which is beautiful. It's gorgeous. But it only decided to have its tourism police when? During the Olympics and the World Cup. Because they did not pay the police a sufficient salary, Rio de Janeiro today, once again, has fallen apart. And so that's an example of a negative. And where you have good tourism policing, tourism succeeds. Where you do not have good tourism policing, it does not succeed. Let me give you another example. Curacao in the West Indies. Curacao, it's fascinating about the whole Caribbean. The Caribbean should be one of the top tourism locations in the world. But people are not coming for four main reasons. First, because there's hurricane season and you don't want to be rained out, and that's understandable. Two, the Caribbean is very expensive. Thirdly, the Caribbean does not have good customer service. So very often I feel I go into a restaurant, I'm the enemy, not the customer. But the most important thing is people are afraid to go to the Caribbean because of a lack of security. And because of that, when I go, for example, the hotel that I stay in Curacao, very often I know every Thursday the jewelry store will be robbed. It's become a tradition. I kind of would miss it if it weren't the robbery. But no one is going to go to a place if they feel they're going to be robbed, if they feel they're going to be hurt. So I can give you examples around the world, countries that have put their emphasis in tourism security. I want to point out to you, because you are safe does not mean you do not need a tourism security unit. Very much the other way around. No matter how safe you are, visitors get lost, they get sick. My wife and I went to the Museum of the Future and got turned around. And it should only be about a 15, 20-minute walk from here to that. But somehow we turned it into an hour and a half walk, because I kept saying, we'll find a police officer and ask direction. I saw not one police officer on the street. That made me scared. Because what happened if I had a heart attack? What happened if I was sick? What happened if I needed someone? Those are key elements that we have to see. In Vancouver, Canada, there was a gentleman, he was walking down the street and he fell down. He had a heart attack. I saw a police car coming. I ran into the middle of the street and said, stop, stop. The police officer didn't see me. He kept going. I cut the number of that police car. And I said afterwards, why didn't you stop? He said, I didn't see you. I said, then what are you doing on the street? I need presence, and as a tourist, I need help. And if you're not there, you cannot help me. And so the importance of tourism security is not just solving a crime. The importance of tourism security is creating a type of world in which people will feel cared for, loved, and they want to come back. And a place like Dubai, this ought to be easy, because you have a great tradition of hospitality. I worked with, in Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea project, which is all the new hotels that are going. And one of the things I learned there was it's easy to teach customer service, because very often people in the Muslim world, in the Arab world, have a great sense of hospitality. But if I don't see you, you can't practice it. And therefore, presence is essential. Now, I was told that I'm to bring it to 30 minutes, which I did. And if anybody has a question, I'm supposed to leave a few moments for questions. So somebody's walking around with a microphone. And if you'd like to ask me a question, please do so. Anyone got a question? Yes, sir. Stand up. I don't know if the guy with the microphone. Please stand up and scream. Wait, here comes somebody with a microphone. You have to turn it on.
All right, it's working.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and how different entities from the private sector and government should work together concerning
Yes.
the tourism industry. Now, my concern is the tourist himself.
Yes.
So an example is Dubai.
Yes.
Our culture, our values are very different than different parts of the world.
Right.
And people come with practices that may be acceptable in their home country,
Right.
yet it's not acceptable here.
Correct.
Now, no tourist is going to stand for 5 or even 10 minutes for any sort of awareness program to raise
Right.
that. So how do you do that targeting tourists?
That's an extremely good question. First of all, no country should give up its own culture for tourists. Secondly, a tourism police officer is first and foremost a police officer. So I want to make those 2 points very clear. That is the reason I emphasize presence. If it's just putting something in writing, tourists don't read. So you can put as many signs up as you want and nobody's going to see them. The importance is that you be identified as a tourism police officer and you say it with a smile. You can almost get away. Remember I told you the story about my son when he declared his room an independent country? I could have gone to war with him. Instead, I turned the negative into a positive. Now, the same thing can be done. We have this, my hometown has people who come from all over the world, and we have people who come often from Europe, and they have the idea they can go behind a building to urinate, which is illegal in Texas. What we have to do is we have to say to someone, sir, we understand that it's legal in your country. It's not legal here. This is a warning. If it happens again, we will have to have consequences. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. If you say it with a smile, if you say it with a sense of caring, I want to welcome you to Dubai, but in Dubai, we don't do this. Or Dubai, this is inappropriate. 99% of people are going to say thank you, and they won't do it again. You'll never, ever be able to educate millions of tourists. It will never happen. But you can have police on the street. Now, you don't have to be in every part of the city, but you know that you're going to get a large number of people at the mall. That's the place to have tourism police. You know you're going to have a lot of people who are going to go to see the frame. That's the place for tourism police. You know you're going to have people at Old City. That's the place for tourism police. So you pick particular spots. In Mexico City, which is a city of 22 million people, I cannot have a police officer in every block. But for example, in the area by the Zócalo, which is where the famous part of the city is, we have 100 museums. I know 80% of all tourists are going to be in the Zócalo. So what do? That's where I have my tourism police. And you don't wait for something to happen. You go up and you say, hi, welcome to Dubai. Maybe no one told you, but we don't walk with our shoulders uncovered or in a miniskirt or whatever it happens to be. You just say it nicely, but you have to have tourism police on the streets in order to do it. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Someone with the microphone, it's over here. And again, if anyone would like to be in my tourism tidbits list, I will give you my, I know you don't have cards, but I will give it to you. It'll come out once a month, English, Spanish, or Portuguese, and it's free, and there are no advertisements. So, yes, sir, the question.
Oh, thank you very much. Sometimes tourists commit offenses and
Yes.
end up paying fines or being in prison.
Yes,
And the defense of ignorance of law does not help them.
that's correct.
What is your advice to governments as regards the same?
Okay, I think all police officers have the right to make a decision. If the person goes out and rapes somebody or murders someone, you got to just do what you have to do. There's no choice about it. If it's something which is a minor infraction and you really believe the visitor just did it unknowingly, then I would give them a warning the first time, and the second time I would enforce it. But if it's a major infraction, then what you do is you put them in jail, but you also notify their consulate, their country, and so that their embassy can come and help them and work with them. But no one should ever give up the law, and ignorance is not an excuse. You're 100% correct. So decide, can you educate at the moment? Or is this something, no one in the world doesn't know that you cannot murder somebody. Everyone in the world knows you cannot steal. So if it's something like that, you can't help it. If it's something culturally, maybe then use a little bit of discretion. Any other questions? Well, then I want to thank you. Again, I'm here. If you'd like to get my card, I'd be more than happy to give it to you. And any way that I can help Dubai in creating a great tourism police, I'm here to help you. Take care.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tarlow. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume at 12:45. Please also make a note that the airport security track session has been cancelled as our speaker is unable to join us. Thank you. We will see you at 12:45.
Yeah, I can't, unfortunately. Yeah, take a picture. So this book is actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will start in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We will now commence our Resilience and Sustainability Conference with a keynote on the practical approaches for lowering crime. Please welcome Mr. Steve Killalay, Founder and Executive Chairman from the Institute for Economics and Peace, to the stage.
Thank you. It's very good here to be speaking to you all. This presentation will be a very fast-paced presentation. What it's going to do is look on the social dynamics which surround policing. Police on their own can't create a peaceful society. There's more than that to it, and that has to do with a lot of the background conditions associated with policing. So, without more to do, I'll move into the presentation. First up, I might give you just a little bit of background on the Institute for Economics and Peace. It was set up to understand the intersection between business, peace and economics, place a special emphasis on metrics to measure peace, and then ascribe an economic value to changes in peace. We're a global organisation headquartered in Sydney, Australia, have offices in New York, where we work extensively with the UN, Brussels, The Hague, Nairobi and Mexico City. We do extensive media. We had over 40 billion media impressions in the last 12 months. That's about 23,000 different articles. We work extensively with the UN, World Bank, OECD, Commonwealth Secretariat and many other multinationals. The work which you're going to see here today and other work we do is included in thousands of university courses. And last year, the projects, well, the framework which we've got for community policing, projects around that, we're in over 150 different countries globally. Products we've got, a number of them you'll be very familiar with, like the Global Peace Index, Global Terrorism Index, which in their areas are the leading products in the world. And then there are many other specialised reports which we produce as well. So we have worked with many, many different partners. These are just some. But ones which would be relevant for policing would be working with the Jalisco state in Mexico, where they've rolled out the Positive Peace Framework for community policing right throughout the state. We work with the Mexican government on these frameworks as well. Philippines government's in the process of rolling it out in every different municipality in the country, with special emphasis on the areas where they have insurgencies. Other organisations like World Vision included in all their developmental aid when they want to have a component of community cohesion and peacefulness within those projects. So what I thought I might do is just give a couple of different indicators out of the Global Peace Index, which are relevant for policing, just to give a little bit of background on the global state of peace. So if we look at it over the last 18 years, over the last 15 years, what we find is that global peacefulness has actually decreased in 13 of those 15 years. In fact, it's been since 2015, since we've actually had, 2014, since we actually had an improvement in peace. And so when we look at this, it's got three different domains it's measuring. Internal safety and security, which is where policing has its really important. Levels of militarisation and levels of ongoing conflict. The thing which is driving down global peace, which comes as no surprise, is the levels of global conflict. But I guess the good news is if you look at this and we go back since over the last 20 odd years, what you find is that the homicide rate globally is actually been improving. Although if we look at this, it has flatlined the last 4 years. So here's four different measures of the homicide rate globally. Quite often, when we look at the policing and we look at homicides as the leading indicator of a lack of, or leading indicator of lawlessness, it's good to put it in context with other forms of violence. So terrorism's one of the ones which probably grabs the headlines the most. Yet, the number of people killed in acts of terrorism is something like 8 times less the number of people killed in conflict. And then if we look at the number of people killed in conflict, that's roughly 10 times less the number of people killed by homicides. But over and above that, the biggest form of violent death is actually suicides, where it's self-inflicted. Numbers on that over the last 15 years is about 9 million, but those figures would be really underestimated. If we look at the Global Peace Index, the indicator with the biggest deterioration was violent demonstrations. And so I think for policing, moving forward in many jurisdictions, that's something which really needs to be looked at. So we'll have a little bit look now quickly at a concept called positive peace. There's negative peace, positive peace. So negative peace is the measure of violence. Positive peace are the conditions which stop violence before they actually arise. So now, in the Institute for Economics and Peace, we've got about 50,000 different data sets which we use and then use mathematical modelling, statistical analysis to understand what's creating, what's associated with a highly peaceful society. That we call positive peace. We turn that round into another index and then apply social modelling around that to now understand how do you implement positive peace to create the background conditions such that crime doesn't arise. Consists of 8 different pillars. So they consist of, none of them are a surprise: well-functioning government, sound vista environment, equal distribution of resources, low levels of corruption and more. But what these are associated with are a whole lot of other things which we think are really important for thriving societies, like higher per capita income, resilience, better environmental outcomes, higher measures of well-being, and better development outcomes. So in many ways, positive peace describes an optimal environment for human potential to flourish. Just to drive this home, countries improving in positive peace, their GDP growth rates in the last decade were 34% higher. The measures of well-being and happiness statistically highly associate. That's with a factor of a correlation of about 0.93. That's as strong as anything you can see, anything you'll find. We look at the outcome, and when we're looking at environmental performance, again, positive peace is the outcome in high positive peace societies is much better than elsewhere. Also works as a framework for being able to look into the future and understand which countries are most likely to have deteriorations in peace. Looking 10 years ahead, we can get 90% accuracy rate on large falls in peace. To just give you an idea, in 2009, we predicted Libya, Burkina Faso, Syria, Haiti and Myanmar as some of the countries which are likely to fall in peace. Countries like Equatorial Guinea, Angola, Interior, Liberia, ones which we'd see on the high risk list currently. Now, what happens out of this, we're able to create workshops which get used in the community. And as I've mentioned, we had workshops in over 150 countries last year. These are some of the countries. You'll see that a lot of them are highly developed countries. Other ones are countries suffering from severe conflict. So it's been done everywhere. So you can use it in all sorts of different ways. So New South Wales Police use it when working with the local Indigenous communities. We work with the governments, both state and federal, such as the Philippines government or the Mexican government, just to name two. Religious leaders, used it up in northern Iraq with religious leaders. Various ethnic groups, when they migrate into a country, to teach them the principles of social cohesion. Obviously, police, military, and we've even worked with African pastoralists to implement these processes as well. What I'm going to go through now is just very, very quickly is the background conditions under which societies operate. This is all quite groundbreaking stuff, and normally what would happen, this would be a 2-hour presentation on its own and sometimes many days of workshops. So societies operate as systems, and quite often we lose sight of that. We tend to think, here's a problem, what was the cause, let's go and fix the cause. But a lot of the time that has unintended consequences. And so when you start to think of a system, you've got one here which will start off as green, gets a shock into the system. That creates the red, which we can see. And now slowly that'll escalate through the system to create other impacts which are unintended and can't be seen. An example of that was look at COVID-19, the lockdowns and the outcomes of that and the way that's affected society. And so the impact of crime or terrorism or conflict is no different. So what are these principles? So police departments seek this, the societies you live in seek this, the education system will seek this, as will the health system as well. So systems are self-regulating. They're always trying to keep a homeostasis or a steady state, much the same as your body. So they're also path dependent. So there's a history which systems have been moving along. And so these systems are important in determining, let's say, the culture which you've got, the political system which you have. And if you look inside police departments, the very principles and the modus operandi under which you work. Encoded norms, they regulate the systems. If things come in, like you've got an input into a system, it's within a certain range, the system does nothing. If it's outside the range, the system will try and take actions to be able to correct. Examples of that would be the impact of terrorism on a system. When you get high levels of terrorism, the whole system reacts to try and suppress it. Get an economic recession. What happens? So then the government will take action to stimulate the system to get it back to the standard growth rates which it likes. Systems are also self-modifying. When there's a persistent match between the inputs and these encoded norms. And they form virtuous and vicious cycles. They've got their own momentum. So you get the system right, and it'll just keep improving itself. Get it wrong, and now it'll move into a vicious cycle. And you can see this in conflict, such as the definition, such as the conflict trap. And systems can be understood through mathematics, and that's where the Institute for Economics and Peace really does excel. So, systems have intent. much as human beings have intent. You always need to understand the intent. What is the intent of your policing system, for example? They have a desire to grow. They seek stability. They wish to improve. Systems have boundaries. They contain subsystems within them. You've got the encoded norms I've already mentioned. Then you can understand the emergent qualities, the sunsetting qualities, and the interactions through the systems through their stocks and flows. Now, what we've done is a lot of systems dynamic modelling, and we've applied it into criminal justice systems in a number of different places. So in New South Wales, what we did there was to develop a modelling of the criminal justice system in New South Wales. And the idea was to take and look at the various aspects of the criminal justice system. So the one, we've done many, so the one I'm going to go through now is the life cycle of criminals through the criminal justice system. So if you can imagine, there's a pool of criminals, and what happens is they commit crimes at a certain rate, and these things can be averaged out and understand. You have a certain number of police people who then prosecute and chase the criminals. The number of police will determine the size of the pool. The more police you have and the more effective they are, the less crimes will be committed. Drop the number of stocks of police and then the crimes are likely to increase. Similarly, you have a number of policemen and you've got a certain number of police people who leave each year. Therefore, you've got a training academy and you need to actually source a new number of police coming in. Judges, you need a certain number of judges which can go through a certain number of trials on average or within, let's say, a month. Now you can start to model also just the size of the judiciary you want, the number of new judges you need coming in. Similarly, with the criminal justice system, when they go into jail, you've got the same thing. So in the correction services, what are the number of people there and what is the recidivism rate? So how many of them now actually, when they come back, go back in to the pool of criminals? So you can model all this. So the system, the one we've got, which I'll show a very quick diagram on in a minute, actually has 32 different elements. These elements you can adjust. And so by adjusting the elements, what you can do now is dynamically model the criminal justice system, look at the effects of more police, look at the effects of less police, and then look at where the bottlenecks within the system are. It also gives you the ability to test the assumptions. So this is a platform aimed at aiding police departments in making intelligent decision making. It's not a replacement for actually the human part of the intellect. This is just a support tool, if you like. So now, sometimes you can look, and generally most policing systems got a fixed budget, which they've got each year. It varies slightly. Now, if you're not able to hire all the police you needed, then your stock of police go down. That may now mean there's a less apprehension rate, which means crime is less likely to be caught. So you can actually start to model these things through the system and better understand it. Now, this is a pretty ugly diagram, but it gives you an idea of just what you can do. So we can take the data, you can take it over 20 years, you can play it through the system, you can change some of these 34 different indicators to be able to get a better idea of what the outcome may be. And so you can do this for a whole range of different areas. So if the stock of police drop, the number of criminals in the community go up. Now, just some other examples of where you could do it, like highway patrol. You could do it around the costing of the patrolling. You bring in the community costs, i.e. that's the loss of licences and other such things, impact of accidents, crime in relation to stolen cars, drugs, alcohol, speed cameras. So you start to model a whole of a system now to understand the impact. Increase the fines, increase the punishment. You may lose people out of employment, that might affect the overall economy. You can see, does that actually bring down the level of deaths, and start to model what is best. You could do it with drugs and crime, or you could do it for the HR system within the police departments as well. That would be another example. So now, just in the last minute, I'll just run through a couple of different things we've done. So obviously I've just been through the modelling. So we've got services which we can do around this. We are providing it to a number of different groups around the world. In fact, there's a study being done out of Harvard University using these same principles I've just spoken about for systems modelling, looking at the Ukraine-Russian war and modelling why it got to where it is and what the likely solutions are to be. We're working with Dubai Police, and with Dubai Police we can look at the 123 countries and 250 different police departments and look at how they compare to other parts of the world. So in fact, we're currently producing a Mexico Police Index which we'll put out. You'll note Mexico has the lowest percentage of GDP spent on the police in any country in the world and has the worst outcome for violent crime. We also, as I've mentioned earlier on, have got projects on community policing, which would also see as social cohesion training. We've had work on this. We've had projects on it about 150 countries around the world. We've had many organisations, global organisations, have standardised on this for their peace work, in terms of their development work, and also working on sort of stopping violent extremism, amongst other things. Now, I'm right out of time. In fact, I even went 3 seconds over. So, look, thank you for listening to me. If this is of any interest, we have a booth very near Dubai Police. Please come round and this afternoon and we'll share more information with you. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Killalay. Up next is a very interesting fireside chat that focuses on the security implications of mass migration. I would like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Anis Bala, Senior Manager at SIA Partners, to the stage.
Want to choose any side? Please. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to our fireside discussion this afternoon around the topic of security implication of mass migration. So I'm honored to be your moderator for this session. My name is Anis Bala. I am Senior Manager in SIA Partners Middle East, a consultancy firm specialized in innovation, management, and strategy. We are proudly supporting Dubai Police in different engagements related to strategy, to innovation, and future foresight. And we have the honor to be the knowledge partner for the second edition in a row for this World Police Summit. So today we have the privilege of to host Mr. Boruth Ergen, head of the program for border management and security at the International Center for Migration Policy Developments. He came straight from Austria. He brings with him a wealth of experience and expertise, more than 25 years serving policing as an inspector and also heading this program for border management. So I believe we couldn't find best fits as a panelist to talk about this topic. So could you please, Boruth, tell us more about your background and what is your mandate as the head of the program? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Anis. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's also my privilege to be here with you today, and I would like to thank you to Dubai Police and to other organizers for inviting International Center for Migration Policy Development, ICMPD. It's a bit complicated abbreviation. To this event, it's first time we are attending, and me personally as well. So, like Anis presented me, I have a police background. I was working almost 25 years at the senior positions within the Slovenian National Police and being deployed to several international assignments in the Western Balkans, but also elsewhere. Now, 15 years ago, I moved to Vienna, where is the headquarters of our organization. And as from the name derives, of course, we are dealing with migration phenomena as a whole. From different perspectives. This includes legal migration, irregular migration, trafficking in human beings, border management, security, that I'm head of the program. We have migration and development, and of course also we are dealing with research within our organization. Basically, our organization was established in 1993 as a result of the wars in the Balkans and the huge and high migration flows from the countries of former Yugoslavia, who flew to European countries, mainly to Austria, Switzerland, Germany. And a couple of people by that time realized that there is no common policy within the European Union or among European countries how to deal with the high migration influxes. So that's why the organization was created. And my task concretely is now to balance border management / border security with a smooth and legal migration flows.
Amazing. So without further ado, let's delve into our discussion. First, if you allow me, I would like to set the floor for a healthy conversation by agreeing on a common definition of mass migration. So what do we mean by mass migration? Is there any specific threshold? If we exceed it, we call the migration massive, or are there also other criteria to be considered?
Yeah, so it's a very good question actually, because let's just to start with, there is no legal definition of mass migration. It's not even a legal definition of migration. The United Nations documents and documents of European Union and other countries, they're defining migration as movement, mobility of people from one point, from one country to another country. Usually we're using terminology from countries of origin through transit countries to countries of destination. But unfortunately, there is no legal definition, as I said. And this also brings then different views on how to deal with mass migration. What actually mass migration is? Is mass migration one-go event that brings a lot of people at once to a country of destination? Or there is a permanent flow of migrants from countries of origin to countries of destination? So both phenomena are correct. It's always the mass, it's difficult to define, so to say. We have an example of war in Syria that caused so-called European migration crisis back in 2015, yes. 2016. That was one go of Syrians who were seeking refuge in European countries. On the other hand, we have a constant flow of migrants from sub-Saharan countries, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from Somalia, entering European Union through different migration routes. More important is in this respect to make a distinction between what is legal migration and what is irregular migration or illegal migration, if you want. So in any case, migration is always, it's massive because usually people are moving in big numbers. But there is more important to make this distinction between there is one case that is happening because of the war in XY country, or there is a permanent flow because of different and various reasons why people are migrating.
Okay, so I've been living in Dubai for the past years, and as I believe all the Dubai citizens, we have witnessed migration mainly from Russia and Ukraine fleeing the conflict there and looking for a peaceful place such as the UAE. Is this, for example, could be considered as a massive migration?
Yeah, definitely. There is also, apologies for that. This is also mass migration that brings all negative and positive sides into countries of destination. People are moving massively because of different reasons, and that's why also security concerns are very much different. And it's difficult to put them into one scheme to say, okay, migration has an impact on this and these security concerns. It's very much different for the reasons why people are moving, also for how long they want to stay. They want to settle in countries of destination, or there is just taking a refugee to find a safe place and then to return to the countries of origin.
Amazing. We talked about the Russian-Ukrainian migration. You mentioned the Afghani, Pakistani, Syrian going to Europe. Are there some other patterns around the world?
Yeah, as far as Ukrainians in Europe are concerned, to start with, there is at the moment population of approximately 6 million Ukrainians seeking refuge in different European countries. And that was the first time that the European Union replied to this really massive migration with a so-called temporary directive, how to protect Ukrainian refugees, what kind of benefits to give them to stay in the countries, how to partially integrate them into societies where they live. So mainly in the framework of the whole family, which includes mainly women and children and also other vulnerable groups. At the moment, statistically speaking, the biggest population of migrants coming to Europe, it's still from Syria, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and there are also other nations, mainly from sub-Saharan Africa, but those are mainly aiming to two European countries, that was France and Italy, and especially Italy is overcrowded with mass migration. And that's why, coming back to security concerns, probably security concerns between EU, Greece and Italy, Greece and other countries within European Union are very much different.
Okay. Do you foresee some other patterns in the future? Why I'm asking the question, because I'm also very interested in the sustainability, and I know that due to the climate change, there would be other forms of massive migration, or maybe it has already started. So what are the next patterns in terms of massive migration?
Well, in addition to traditional reasons why people are moving, this is security mainly, then it's an economic perspective or economic future, also in some cases social cohesion. Okay. Now the climate change is one of the biggest drivers of mass migration, especially when it comes to the African countries. This migration based on climate change has already started, especially from Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. These mainly the migration flows from these countries that are driven by climate change, it's unfortunately irregular migration. There are two reasons for that. People do not apply for visa to enter into area of European Union, so-called Schengen area. And secondly, majority of them, they do not possess legal travel documents, mainly passports. But definitely climate change will also drive other groups of migrants from other countries. It's a phenomenon that is growing. And in addition to security reasons why people are moving, the climate change most likely is the second one.
Okay. Moving on to critical aspects of this massive migration. What are the concrete security implications of this massive migration, especially for the host countries? I remember a few years back, there were a lot of incidents happening in Europe when Daesh were operating here in the region and people fleeing from Syria, Iraq, and other countries to Europe. What are, in a nutshell, some examples of these implications?
So this is quite a complex question. The first security impact is, of course, on border security and the whole border management, followed by public security. Mass migration flows, like we learned back in 2015, is that Europe was completely unprepared for such a big flow of migrants. There were at once, we had 1.3 million asylum applications. So that's why border management within Europe, despite of having a European agency, despite of having applied technology at the borders, we were not simply prepared for such a high numbers of migrants entering at once. So that first front that was affected, of course, it was border management, who is by default the first front line to protect national security. Later on, when the migration groups were screened and then settled, it was impact on public security, but that was mainly related to a small petty crime, I would say, not a very big concerns on radicalization, terrorism. That was more a secondary concern. Okay. With the big migration flows, with moving a big number of people from different countries to countries of destination, who are in Europe relatively small, for example, there is one of the security concerns that brings up its social cohesion, cultural differences between the migration groups and the people who are already living in countries of destination. Terrorism and extremism are usually mentioned in different researches and documents, even though there is no proven direct link between terrorism and mass migration. There is, of course, a high potential that potential terrorists will infiltrate in groups of migrants who are moving across the borders in big numbers. But the terrorist attacks happened in 2016, 2015 in Europe were committed by terrorists who were already second or third generation people living in European cities. So there is a risk, of course, but and I would not underestimate it, but it's not prevailing security concern. More of concern is, of course, radicalization, ghettoization, and this is then the ground how to attract people who are disappointed with the system, who have no future, and then to attract them to becoming, let's say, terrorists or radicalized extremists.
I believe the events you were referring to, most of them have been amplified a bit politically from extreme parties, etc., to I would say to send a negative message about the immigration in general, right?
Yeah. In this regard, the public opinion it's kind of, let's say, stereotyped against migration. They believe two things. The first thing that the public opinion would bring up is that there will be unfair competition on the labor market.
Yes.
And secondly, that migration or big migration flows, big migration groups will marginalize in a way that they will endanger the culture, the customs, and other habits in the countries of destination. The second one is proven partially true, and this is why Europe is trying to find a balance between integration and assimilation. Because still we need to believe that migration groups, they deserve to keep their own culture, they deserve to keep their own language, but they should not be marginalized.
Yes.
And in this case, it's very important to have a proper communication between the authorities, including law enforcement authorities, and the local communities when it comes to this kind of concern. The most frequent, the most common security implication of mass migration is a growth of criminal activities in criminal business, in smuggling of migrants and trafficking in human beings. Smuggling of migrants for the last 5 years has an extreme growth within European Union, actually at the European external borders, because simply these people are, on one hand, they're in need to someone to take them over the borders to avoid border checks, border controls, and then to send them further on the different migration routes. And trafficking is usually coming even of higher concern because it leads to exploitation of people. That is now probably the problem that is prevailing over all others within Europe. So smuggling of people and trafficking in human beings are two matters of concerns that are brought by mass migration.
Amazing. Now let's move to the measures taken to prevent or to react when these security implications happen. How do governments usually respond when it comes to these implications? We all have in mind the wall in the US separating USA and Mexico. We have in mind also the wall in Eastern Europe. There are also some barbed wires, but also there are policies that can be issued by governments on the other hand in order to prevent and mitigate the risk of security implication for mass migration. Could you tell us more a bit?
Well, usually the first reaction of governments, including law enforcement agencies, is to prevent physically migration flows. And this is raising fences, putting different kind of barriers to prevent physically migrants to cross borders. Usually this is not always working because it requires also other measures for that. We have now quite a number of practical examples that the governments want to prevent migration with raising physical barriers. On the other hand, we have a lot of cases where governments are looking for or searching for international coordinated solutions how to prevent irregular migration in big numbers. I can just speak for European Union. There is a first step that was discussed at the political level was a bit against putting physical barriers, and instead of that, to develop different policies that will encourage legal migration movements, investments in countries of origin, in terms of putting more money into economic development, to give people jobs, to give people prosperity, and to keep them in their own land. There is also developed asylum policy. Within the European Union, there is so-called European Agency for Asylum, who is supporting member states at the so-called hotspots along the European external border to screen asylum seekers. So all those who are applying for asylums, they go through the screening process, and if the screening process is positive, indicatively, those people are allowed to settle in Europe while they are seeking asylum.
Which take a long duration, I believe, 18 months
It's,
or more, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's quite a long administrative procedure to get asylum. The good thing, on the positive note, is that those who are seeking asylum, they are not closed in reception centers. They can freely move around, while formally they have to stay in the countries where they applied for asylum. It's not always the case, of course, but in principle it should be like this. Europe is looking to speed up procedures on granting asylum, and if asylum is not granted, to ensure that these people are safely returned to the countries of origin. This is called Return and Reintegration Initiative. It's also funded by quite a generous amount of money to help people to return and to reintegrate again into the society of origin. As far as law enforcement approach is concerned, European Union has a regional agency called European Border and Coast Guard Agency, who is responsible to support member states along the European external border to conduct border checks and border surveillance. This is kind of solidarity mechanism of 27 member states to support efforts at the external border, while at the same time considering that the internal area of European Union is borderless. So this Schengen area has no border controls, even though they are sometimes temporarily introduced or reintroduced. But once migrants are entering or crossing the external borders of European Union, they are free to move around the whole area of 27 member states. And this, of course, it's a matter of security concerns that Frontex is authorized to do so, to deal with. Then we have also Europol as a European sister agency of Interpol, who is primarily responsible to deal with crime. And in this regard, when it comes to mass migration or migration flows, it's about to prevent and to investigate crime related with the smuggling of migrants and trafficking in human beings. There is also, as I said, it's humanitarian aid. It's extremely important. EU, but also other countries are investing in countries of origin, as to say, to facilitate economic growth, to ensure that there are jobs for people there. They can study, and after studies they can find a future in their countries of origin. So also through this mechanism to lower the pressure on external borders.
It seems very complex topic. What could you have done differently to make these measures more efficient and more impactful?
Yeah, it's a very political question, actually. 27 member states within European Union domain are not always of the same opinion, especially when it comes to resettlement of migrants and disperse them accordingly through different member states. Some member states within EU are more conservative on that. Some of them are more open to receive migrants and to give them temporary or permanently accommodation and residence. Now, recently, European Union adopted the second version of Migration and Asylum Pact. It's a very good and looking forward document, but it's not legally binding for member states. It just gives directions how to holistically approach to a question of mass migration and to make mass migration as a positive phenomena, not to look on it always from the security perspective, but also from a social and economic perspective as well. Maybe just an example. I was recently in Nairobi. We had an intergovernmental dialogue for East Africa, and I met a German ambassador who explained the idea of Germany to bring Kenyans who are talented, who have proper skills, to bring them to Germany in an organized legal way, and also to give them jobs in Germany, considering that at the same time, not only Germany, but quite a lot of European countries are lacking labor. Since COVID, at least that was said, a lot of professions, a lot of economic areas are simply lacking manpower for work. So this is a way how to turn migration into a positive trend, and to use migration to develop, let's say, to facilitate or to contribute to the economic growth of countries.
Amazing. Thank you, Borut, for your valuable insights on this complex issue. Our discussion today has certainly provided us with a deeper understanding on the implication of this mass migration on the security and the different, say, multifaceted responses to it. To our audience, thank you for joining us. We hope this conversation has been enlightening and thought-provoking. We still have 5 minutes. I can take a few questions from the audience addressed to Mr. Borud. Otherwise, we can close this session now. Do we have any questions, Rachel?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It has been a pleasure, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Bala and Mr. Erzan, for that engaging discussion. I would now like to welcome Mr. Anwar Abdullah, Chief Executive, Home Team Academy at Singapore, to the stage to deliver a keynote on developing home team and whole of government leaders in a polycrisis world.
Good afternoon, fellow distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to thank the organizer for having me in this exciting event. I am Anwar from the Home Team Academy, or HTA in short. HTA is one of the 11 agencies under Singapore's Ministry of Home Affairs. Our ministry oversees myriad functions such as law enforcement, fire and rescue, rehabilitation, and border security. Despite the varied roles in public safety and security, these agencies have developed a common identity built on partnership, shared purpose and mission, that is, one home team, which form the bedrock of strong ties and collaborations for safety and security in Singapore. Before I deep dive into my presentation this afternoon, let me share with you a brief introduction of who we are and what we do. Can we run the video, please? Can we run the video? I think there's some technical issue here. Okay, I will continue. I think there's some technical issue with the video. HTA was set up in September 2006 with the mission to be a leading corporate university in home front safety and security. Through the training programs we develop and implement for the home team, we empower the learning and growth of our home team officers to enable them to carry out their missions as a united and successful home team. HTA has three core business areas. First, equipping home team leaders, trainers, and officers with the necessary skills and knowledge that enable them to carry out their duties effectively. Second, ensuring that training and workplace safety in home team academy. And lastly, managing the upgrading and maintenance of premises to support emerging and current training and operational needs. We aspire to be center of excellence in the following areas: leadership development in public safety and security, where we equip our leaders, both uniform and civilian, with the prerequisite competencies to lead and navigate their organizations in today's complex world. Details will be shared later, and simulation training for incident management, where we offer home team officers an effective and resource-efficient way to conduct realistic training that allow them to make mistakes in a safe environment. It enhances their skills, knowledge, and confidence that enable them to undertake their roles and responsibilities professionally and effectively. To equip our home team officers with the relevant knowledge and skill set, HTA forged strategic partnership and professional and with academic and agencies within Singapore and across the globe to bring in expertise, knowledge, and resources that contributes to the home team's mission success. HTA has established formal cooperation with our partners to advance and develop common interests. Some of the partners we have established ties with include the US Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers, the Australian Institute of Police Management, the UK's Coventry University, and Singapore Institute of Adult Learning. We also tap into rich expertise and experiences of eminent international, local and professional and academic members of our advisory panel, and engage our global partners through visits and hosting of foreign delegates and public safety and security counterparts. The quality of our programs and the care and growth of our people are exemplified by the accolades we attain, both locally and internationally. With the world grappling with increasing complexity, the term polycrisis has become more prevalent. A polycrisis refers to a situation characterized by simultaneous occurrence of multiple crises or challenges, often across different sectors. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing Ukraine-Russia conflicts has far-reaching impact, such as global supply chain shocks and environmental risks that could arise from damage to nuclear plants in Ukraine. Because of how complex and interconnected these crises are, it requires multifaceted and often interconnected solutions to resolve them. To lead in a polycrisis world, there are a spectrum of leadership development opportunities for home team leaders. At the agency level, home team officers are trained by their respective agencies in the variety of incidents that threaten the safety and security of the community. This allows them to deepen their domain capabilities and run their operations smoothly and effectively. In HTA, our leadership programs are curated and developed to build on and reinforce on what have been developed at agency level. As such, our key focus will be on broadening their mindset and developing capability as leader. Beyond home team, our programs are designed for participants to expand their networks and partnerships across the agencies, departments, and countries. To equip home team and whole of government leaders with the necessary leadership and crisis management competencies, HTA focuses its leadership development efforts in 3 areas. First, broadening mindsets and perspective to think and operate beyond leaders' domain area. Second, to facilitating leadership transition so that leaders are adequately prepared before they take on wider leadership responsibilities. And last, expanding and deepening leadership network to tap into effective networks for collaborations for multi-sectoral responses when managing a polycrisis. We train our home team leaders across 3 groups of programs. First, we aim to progressively develop effective and united home team leaders at the appropriate milestones of their career. To achieve our missions to keep Singapore safe and secure, the continual learning and developmental leadership programs aim to build on leaders' growth in a structured 1-year journey to lead and drive transformation within a complex and interconnected world. And we expanded our leadership program to include participants from the whole of government and international leaders. This has enabled capability building of our leaders through exchange of best practices and developing strong networks for future collaborations. To illustrate my point earlier, this is a pictorial representation of leadership journeys of a Singapore police force and the home team civilian leader. While the leaders deepen their capabilities with domain-specific training, HTA's leadership programs focuses on broadening their mindset and capabilities. On top of delivering milestone leadership programs, HTA also provides training for home team civilian officers. We recognize the imperative to identify the leadership competencies critical for effective, future-oriented, and trusted home team leaders within the home team leadership model so that we can train our leaders effectively to drive mission success. This was supported by research, benchmarking against competencies required of Singapore public service leaders as outlined by our public service division. Inputs and perspectives from our esteemed advisory panel members are also incorporated to continuously improve the model. In addition to identifying the competencies required, there may be derailers that will need to be worked through support the leaders' growth. HTA works closely with the home team agency's human resources to administer a 360-degree feedback for home team leaders for them to work on their areas for improvement when they undergo our programs as part of their leadership and personnel development. We are cognizant, however, that it is not possible to cover all leadership competencies in the leadership programs. Hence, we distill them into meta-competencies within our programs. These meta-competencies are addressed in programs content delivered across 4 developmental domains critical for leadership effectiveness in a polycrisis world, with the content benchmark against key leadership programs run in the Singapore Civil Service College and other leading establishments. Allow me to share with you our Apex milestone leadership programs, the Phoenix program, which targets directors and senior commanders. The program is underpinned by a few key elements. First, political, public service, and business leaders share insights into leadership and organizational transformation. The immense value from the first-hand sharing of present-day leaders allows participants to have a bird's-eye view of the leaders' considerations and decision-making process. Second, our programs tap into our strategic partnerships with renowned academic institutions, INSEAD, for example, or through partners on overseas study visits to introduce global and regional perspectives. This is essential in an interconnected, volatile world that we live in. Ensuring the presence of diverse knowledge and networks from participation across home team and whole of government allows participants to broaden their mindsets and gain wide network, and the presence of a quality learning environment with psychologically safe space for sharing and post-program support is paramount in the success of the program. We recognize that leadership development is an ongoing journey where leaders may face new challenges. As such, we see the importance of continuing the support given to our participants to help them build and sustain their leadership development and learning applications. This slide illustrates our structured intervention process, which spans across a one-year post-program period, comprising different forms of interventions ranging from seminars, peer sharing sessions, and leadership resources. These are some of the recent seminars that we have organized to support leaders' continual learning to tackle emerging challenges in a timely fashion. Important also to highlight that we have in place a robust assessment and evaluation framework. This is to ensure the quality and effectiveness of our programs is never compromised. Feedback gathered at various stages are used to refine the program's contents and its modality. This is done systematically on a regular basis. I'm glad to share that our milestone leadership programs have consistently attained outstanding targets and achieved its desired outcomes. It is a testament to our program's ability to meet leadership needs in this current environment. The COVID-19 pandemic is probably the most complex crisis in recent decades. It has demonstrated the importance for nation, leaders, and community to work closely together to share best practices and capabilities to navigate the complex and volatile world we live in and manage complex crises more effectively. Leveraging the learning lessons identified by the Singapore government in our COVID-19 white paper, HTA stepped up in crisis management training in two ways. First, setting up crisis management training steering committee involving Singapore ministries from different sectors with various niche responsibilities in managing sectorial or national crises, and HTA stepped up on crisis leadership training to deepen crisis management capabilities and effect mindset shift in leadership responsibilities and develop organizational resilience. Last but not least, explore network across whole of society so that whole of government leaders can drive even better crisis responses as crises become more intertwined. As we are aware, the global operating environment is increasingly volatile and complex with the emergence of new threats and major crises that have global impact. Amidst this background, it is critical that nations and our leaders work closely together to share best practices and capabilities and adopt a collaborative approach to tackle the constantly evolving threats and crises that emerge. As such, HTA has stepped up on the development of international programs where we identify the critical areas leaders require to steer their organizations through the complex and uncertain global environment. Our international programs are developed with few key objectives in mind. One is to promote strong leadership that is required to manage evolving public safety and security threats and needs. And two, exchange experiences, challenges, and best practices, as well as building networks and partnership among senior public safety and security leaders, paving way for future transnational collaborations critical in today's polycrisis world. Our international program on crisis leadership that we co-organized with the US Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers attracted participants from more than 14 countries, while the inaugural Leaders in Crisis Management Forum, which will take place at the Milipol Asia Pacific and Tech Summit in Singapore this April, will see several exciting speakers sharing their thought leadership in this area. As we work towards establishing ourselves as a reputable thought leaders among professionals for leadership development and crisis leadership, we recognize the importance of creating platforms for knowledge exchange and network expansion for closer collaborations. In addition to our efforts to develop home team, whole of government and international leaders who are equipped to lead in a polycrisis world through training programs, we develop research pieces in leadership development and crisis leadership through our home team journal. Our latest issue on crisis leadership is a special edition, and I welcome you to scan the QR code to access your copy of the home team journal too. In the current evolving and complex operating, HTA strives to better support our home team, whole of government and international leaders through our initiative. Together, we can navigate the challenges of our polycrisis world and emerge stronger, more resilient, and better prepared for the uncertainties that lie ahead. Lastly, to know more about us and the various works that we are doing, do connect with us on our linking page. Thank you for your kind attention and wishing everyone here an exciting and fruitful learning journey ahead. Thank you.
And we will now have a short video from the Home Team Academy.
The Home Team Academy, or HTA, has come a long way since its inception in 2006. There are very few entities like us in the world. HTA helped open the doors to build the one home team culture so that everyone across the home team works to serve the public as one. Our vision is to be a digitally empowered and future-ready corporate university for the home team.
HTA has created more than 50 simulation training scenarios, catering to all the home team departments, such as management of a riot in Changi Prison Complex, or a drug enforcement raid at a HDB flat. We also work with agencies across the whole of government to address their training needs. Our simulation trainings is also used to validate pre-event security plans for major events. No matter what technology we deploy, our focus remains on developing our home team officers to their fullest potential. HTA has also partnered with experts to co-develop the home team assessment framework with other home team departments.
We are well on our way to achieving our goal of a HTA Smart Campus by 2025. We have seen tangible changes on campus, such as our virtual reality, proof of concept for soft skills training. And we are spearheading the use of VR technology to develop our home team trainers, a first for HTA's training and learning transformation journey. Our digital-first approach means we use digitalization to augment and improve our training programs. Like this project I'm working on, called the Home Team Learning Management System 2.0, which gives home team officers access to e-learning courses no matter which department they're from, no matter where they are. As we strengthen our online learning capabilities, it levels up our trainers' competencies and cultivates new learning habits.
Outreach and engagement is important to assure everyone that the home team is well trained and equipped to keep Singapore safe and secure. Collaborating with other academic and industry strategic partners enables us to share best practices and innovative ideas with one another. partnership helps us move one step closer towards becoming a world-class training academy. HDA's commitment to lifelong learning is something that resonates deeply with me. I take pride in sharing how HDA adds value to the home team training and learning community.
Safety is of utmost priority to us in all our training programs and in our workplace. We work with co-located home team training schools and units to build a robust training and workplace safety culture. As a reflection of our high standards in implementing training and workplace safety, HDA has continued to be ISO 45001 certified, an international standard for workplace safety and health.
While our colleagues develop home team officers to the best of their capabilities, we work behind the scenes to support them. Initiatives like solar panels and work pods are new features of our smart campus. Our future plans to upgrade security infrastructure by implementing digitalized CCTVs and new access management systems demonstrate our commitment to achieving HDA's goal of becoming a digitally empowered and future-ready corporate university.
The Home Team Academy is where it is today because of our officers' tireless efforts in creating and delivering quality home front safety and security training and learning initiatives. At the end of the day, it's about teamwork and throwing open the doors to collaborative learning. Nothing is impossible when we learn and grow together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Our next session is a leadership keynote on promoting ethical leadership in security and safety. Please welcome Dr. Shama Hamdoun Al-Nakbi, Associate Dean at Rabdan Academy, to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Masa al-khair, good afternoon all, and thank you so much for being here today for my session today, where I talk about promoting ethical leadership when it's come to safety and security. I think to cover the area of ethical in just 20 minutes, it's not easy, but I promise I will do my best, inshallah, to cover it. I will be focusing more on it when it's come to the education sector. So I will start in general, then I will go to the area where I'm coming from, which is the education system. So what is ethical leadership? I think there is a lot of definition when it's come to if we are defining that term by itself. So to keep it more open and to keep it more simple, I can leave this to you and you can read it through. But in very simple way, I would say ethical leadership is the ability for you to do what is the right thing. And I know it is simple as we say it, but is it really that simple? Is it really that simple to just do and take decision that is always right? Right for you, right for the team. If you are as a team leader, is it right for your followers? Is it for people who are really trusting in you? So the way we'll say it, it's just simply for leaders to show that sense of care, that sense of fairness, that sense of like being role model for people who are following you and who are looking for you as an example. Why ethical leadership important in policing? If we look into law enforcement, why it is important? I think if you reflect into the current situation that the law enforcement faces, not only across the world with the having oral technology era where people have access to each kind of technology, the kind of a pressure now in the law enforcement to take a right decision is huge. And they are suffering a lot from losing the trust sometime because of an unethical decision that have been made or using the law enforcement in a wrong way. So that's why it's very important now to talk about such concept while all the community are looking for law enforcement, maybe in a different way because of the technology. So ethical, when leaders demonstrate, as I said, important, appropriate conduct, being a role model, and just following exactly what you are saying. If you are talking about ethical, are you following it? Are you really following that kind of values, ethics, honesty, fairness in the decision that we are making, which is sometimes not as easy as people think. So if you think about yourself now and reflect, each one of us, if I ask you this question, are we as ethical as we think we are? You can think about it. If you say something, is it something that you are reflecting at work? Think about it at home now. Is it the same? If you are in public, if you are behind a closed door, will you still do exactly the same thing that you ask people or encourage people to do? So again, is it easy to answer? No. Do we all have the same answer? Again, it's different. Should we really reflect the kind of behavior that we always ask people to do? Definitely. But is it easy all the time to do the right thing? Again, another question. No. So all of these small things, it does affect us as a human, and especially when it's come under law enforcement. I think it's put a huge pressure into law enforcement or people who serve in this domain. So if we look into the 5 principles of ethical leadership, I think this go back to Aristotle times. So we are talking about more than 100 years. It didn't change. So it's all about like building community, serving others, manifestate honesty, respect others, and show justice. So this is all kind of values that all law enforcement, they have to follow. Did anything change now? No, we should follow the same. But I think what could change is the community, people we are dealing with. Is it the same era? No. Do we always have a new thing that could affect our judgment? 100%. But the core values, from my opinion, I think we should keep the same. It should be the same. It shouldn't change at all. But again, it's how we navigate our way through all the changes to ensure that we are doing exactly the right thing. So ethical leadership in security, and this is what we are looking at. As we say, building trust and confidence, it's very important, especially if you are in the leadership role. Upholding rights values. When you are leading a team as a leader, think about the people, whether you are leading a team of 5 or 100. I think your values, the values that you are preaching about or what you are telling people to do, I think it should be the same. Ensuring accountability. It's very important to be accountable of what you are doing. It's very crucial that you take that responsibility of your own action. If you said something, you need to follow up. If you do something, you need to ensure that you are doing it in the right way. And promoting ethical decision making. I think it's not always easy to make a right decision, because whatever you do, there will be consequences, whether on you, on your team, on your community. So there is no white or black when it's come to decision making. But as a human, we always try to do the right thing for people. Building resilience community, again, it's very important. Many things changes, but again, we need to be up to date with what are the changes that happen into community, especially now with the technology, innovation, the AI, and all of that. When we talk about leadership, does it affect decision? Yes. Does it affect the ethical side of it? 100%. And then again, long-term stability. It's very important. Once you create a solid function or a solid foundation, I think the rest will be much easier for you to move into that field. So rethinking, and this is how I see it when it's come to building a culture of ethics. Again, mission and values. And I'm sure if I look to any organization, values, vision, mission, you will sense a type of integrity, for example, honesty. There is a value of ethical decision that should be there in the values. So again, we always need to reflect into our mission, our vision, our values, and make sure, are we really following it or not? It's good to come back between time to time. It's like a cycle. Do we need to revamp it? Do we need to stress it more? Do we need to make sure people are getting the idea? This is very important. Rewarding and correcting behavior. As I said, sometimes we will make a right decision and sometimes we'll make wrong decision. So it's again an idea of where can I go back and just acknowledge that maybe that was not the best decision that I made. and what could have done better, or how can I avoid having that? If you have people who are you really presenting that ethical value of the organization, of a law enforcement, why not just recognize it and just be happy that true, we have that value and we are happy that people are exactly following it. Role model behavior, it's very important, especially as a leader. If you said it's honesty, and the honesty is one of our core values, integrity, you need to show it. Not only at work, you need to do it at home, outside in community, if you're out in public, and then that is when it really means something for people, or people who are just listening to you. Open environment, as I said, it's always there. People will look at you. People will try to imitate what you are doing, especially if you are a leader. So you need to be careful. What kind of behavior do I want my followers to do? Because believe me, somehow they will follow exactly what you are doing. And then they will hold you accountable for it. Because you did it, we thought this is the right thing to do things. So again, you need to have that sense of accountability. And addressing unethical conduct. How do you deal with it? If you encounter any unethical behavior from a team member, an incident at work, or something that affects your work as a law enforcement, a decision that has been made, how should you deal with it? Do you acknowledge it? Do you say that, okay, it's happened, how we can rectify now? How can I go and change to ensure that everything is fine now? And again, action in public and private life. As I said, it's there. People will always look at you, and you always need to show an honest reflection of what kind of values, behavior that you have, so people will always look at you as a real role model. And again, there is a lot, but these are some of the things and the core value. This is very interesting, like an article talking about trickle-down effect of ethical leadership. In simple, what it say, you as a leader, wherever you present, it will be cascaded down to your team, to your senior level. The senior level, they will go to the other level until it's reached all the employee. So that's why, as I said, I stress the importance of you to be the right role model for your team and reflect exactly the kind of behavior, the kind of skills, the kind of morals, the values that you want your team to promote, and to promote at work, to present whenever they are handling any difficulty or any decision. This is something very interesting, which I call it, the decision making in ethical is a dilemma. Is it a dilemma? 100%. Can you make a decision and stand and say, I am 100% sure that what I did is ethical? Exactly. You will always find someone who will look at it and they will doubt you. They will come up with the questions, they will make you question your decision, and this is normal. Because whatever is right to you, usually we take a decision based maybe on our experience, our own values, something we grow up with, that maybe it doesn't resonate with the other people or someone different. So again, is it difficult? 100%. So you always have to rethink why we are doing it. And the model I'm showing here, this is what's presented by the British law enforcement in 2018, or 8 I think. And what it say, and this is, by the way, used in all or almost in law enforcement, whether it's the same or they are just tweak it around. But if you look, whatever decision, like normal decision making, gathering, analyzing, consolidate the idea, make sure, evaluate, and make a decision. But the core of all these will go back to a code of ethics. So again, when you gather information, make sure you are doing it the right way, the honest way, the direct way. So again, you need to ask your question, why it's important, because what impact could your decision have on people? Sometimes it could have a bad impact. So you need to look into the consequences of your decision. What are the facts and what assumption? We all have our own biases. So are you depending on your bias, or are you following the facts? Do you have a solid evidence to make that decision or to make that call? Is it easy to determine that? No, so that's why find your own facts with evidence and be accurate about how you made it or what kind of decision you are making. What other options do you have? And again, what are the consequences of these other options? Don't just lock your mind on one solution and say it as the end, or this is what will help me to achieve what I have, which is not right. So again, if you look to all these questions, the heart of it, it's being ethical. So that's why it's very important. So this is when I said I will focus. I have around 8 minutes. It will be more about the education. The value of ethics is very important. So how you promote it in education, in university, in our way when we address it to students, how do we do it? I will give it from our own experience at Rabdan Academy. So if you are not familiar with Rabdan Academy, we are an academy that was established in 2013. We are specialized in the area of defense, security, emergency management, and business continuity. And we are offering different programs, alhamdulillah, around 11 programs that are accredited. We have now around 900 students. All our faculty, alhamdulillah, are PhD holder from top 200 university. And we are happy with what we are achieving, right? And looking into all our program, they are core of law enforcement. We are giving bachelor in police and security, homeland security. So all of these, I think if you layer them or take all these layers, ethics will be an aspect of each one of them. So that's why for us it's very important. So how we do it in Rabdan and how we ensure that when we talk about integrity and how it's important, are we really reflecting that in what we are giving or what we're transferring to our students who will look or who will be the leaders in the future? Most of our students are from the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior. We have from Abu Dhabi Police, we have from Dubai Police. So all these will be the future leaders. They will be in a position where they will have to make decisions. So how do we train them in Rabdan? And this is what I'm going to show you. As I said, as an institution, what guided our decision or our practices or our daily routine? Again, if you look to our values, part of it, integrity. And this is very important. So again, we're hitting the core. This is when I said, look into your vision as an institution. What is it that you are valuing? And that should come to all the organization. Again, whatever you put as your goal, strategic, this is what should be cascaded to all your operation in the academy. And part of it, our curriculum. We need to motivate our students to talk about this value. They need to reflect it while they are studying in their classes, in their practice, and it's very important. Community engagement and collaboration. I think this is very important. And alhamdulillah, we have all these strategic partners, national, international, security agency, private companies and government companies. And we're always sharing our knowledge and be open about how can we do better, how can we perform better. I think it's very important. How we deal with people? Is it with integrity? Is that kind of communication we want to build? Is that kind of level of trust we would like to have with the people or our organization or other organization? So again, this is another thing that we take and think about it and take it to the high level. Promote accountability. This is something we teach the student. You can take decision, but you should be accountable for it. It's your responsibility because you took a decision. We show them what's right and what's wrong. But again, it's up in the end of the day, it's your responsibility. You made that call, so you are accountable for it. We reflect that in our policy, in our procedure, the way we are dealing with them. They are mature, so you made that decision, you need to deal with the consequences. So accountability is very important. Continuous improvement of an assessment. Whenever we have an assessment cycle, we always go back, check what we are delivering to the student. Again, acknowledging, do we see any lack on any of the policy procedure that governance, all that kind when it comes to integrity? We all have that cycle of reflection. And we always, if we have something wrong, we will sit as a team. And this is something our leadership always sit together as a team, do round tables, make decisions. You will make mistake, it's fine, but at least we talk about it. We are open about it. Don't be ashamed to say that was wrong, which is part of our growth that we really have. In corporate ethics training, some of our courses are core, like we have in policing, we have human rights, we have one core that is dedicated to ethics itself. So in each of our program, when it's come to undergrads, when it's come to the master level, the graduate level, there is always an element of ethics in all our courses because this is a high value that really promote. Building critical thinkings, I think this is very important. It's the core of decision making. It's being able to stop, look back, analyze, critique what you have. Is it the right? Is it the wrong way of doing things? which is normal. We may get it right the first time, yay, good. But sometimes we'll get it wrong, so we need to go back again. So it's a cycle. But again, this skill is very important, especially for the young generation, where they get used to get the information very fast. There is no time to stop and analyze. But it's always good. All our assignment, it's need case studies, is we promote that key skill of critical thinking, which is very important. And ethical use of technology. You know now with the ChatGPT, the AI, and the different program that students are using. Again, I think when that announcement came, Rabdan Academy, we conducted a full week. We introduced a ChatGPT for our students. And we gave them certificate. So they were like, are you really giving me access to chat? And we said, yes, use it. But we taught them how to use it in the right way to serve their education or to be successful in how they are using it. If there is a consequence, if they misuse it, 100%. We show them exactly what will be the consequences because they are accountable again. So it's their responsibility to use the technology in the best way to serve their needs because you cannot just stop them. And they will always find a way to get access to it. So again, being open to it and acknowledging that it's there. We teach it, this is the best way to do it. If you use it wrongly, this is why it's wrong. And this is how it will affect your image, your honesty, your integrity, which is something you don't want to be involved with. So this is what I said. Again, talking about the ethic, it's not an easy topic. It's wide. So again, at the end of the day, we always need to look back and reflect. Are we really ethical as we think we are? So thank you so much for listening to me. It was a great pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shama, for joining us today. Let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. Jason Mazeski, police officer and research analyst, New York City Police Department, to deliver a technical keynote on policing expectations in the American society.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Today, I will not spend too much time on who I am, but my name is Dr. Jason Mazeski. I've worked for the New York City Police Department for the last 17 and a half years, gone through many different roles there, and I recently pursued my doctoral studies at Columbia University. I've taken a lot of my research and tried to apply it to other police departments and other venues. But when I started my journey on research, I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to look at. My background being in adult education, I thought it would be good to look at police training. And then 2020 happened. In the United States of America, we ran into a problem that has been there for a long time and was exacerbated by the murder of George Floyd. The police and community relations, being a police officer out on the streets during those riots, I understood what that entailed. And I knew that as a police officer, as a member of the community, we needed to get down to what was going on. You see, policing does not occur in a vacuum. The phenomenon of policing is what I studied. Being very unique to the individual, being very unique to the social context, the phenomenological approach to this study allowed me to see what everybody's feelings were about policing. And when we think about policing, I thought, what would be a better framework than experience? We all have experience, whether it be a police officer on patrol, a community member in need of help. Experience is what I used to frame my research. And I spoke with police officers, and I spoke with community members. And there were three things that I wanted to get down to the bottom of. Number one, what was the perceived role of the police within the community? Number two, what was the lived experiences that brought people to these very fundamental expectations? And number three, how do we move forward in police training, in police culture, and police reform to make a better system? Because the system that we have now in America, and this is global, needs to be improved only because policing is a social science. It revolves around society and culture, which is constantly changing. As I went through my interviews with 24 different individuals from the community and the police, coupled that with 3 large group interviews, I came to a couple different conclusions through thematic analysis. There were themes that I saw between these two groups, and some of these themes agreed, but some of them were in disagreement. And I think that the disagreement was the biggest problem. What I found in my research was that policing occurs in a dynamic situation. Individuals from the community could have spent their entire lives with a positive outlook on police and then had one experience that led them to now have a negative expectation of the police. Concurrently, police officers also shared in this. Many of them came onto the force with the idea that they were going to help the world, help their community, and through 1 or 2 very marquee transformational situations, police officers found themselves in a negative mind space, requiring some type of help to just get through the day. The United States, we live within a context that is diverse, and that is not exclusive to the United States of America. The social economic context made a huge difference in the responses I saw in my research. Now, that has implications for my recommendations, but it's important to note that it wasn't always low socioeconomic situation, negative police expectations. It was not the leading factor. The leading factor was experience, personal, individual experience. Another thing that came up in my research through thematic analysis was polarizing words utilized to explain policing. I'll talk about one of those very polarizing phrases in my next slide, but things such as guardians or protectors, these are words that came up within my research. And many of the times, these words were associated with very polarizing ideas of the person. The protectors are there just to protect. What I also found, and this is from my adult education background, was that our experiences as individuals, whether it be police officers or whether it be community members, our experiences lead to transformation. What we experience as a child and as an adult will change us to the core. It changes everything about our perspectives. And police training and police policy should keep that in mind. Another thing that I found was that community members really enjoyed police interaction. Some of the programs we have community nights out with the police, movie night with the police, cops and coffee. These are all programs initiated by the police departments within the United States to try to promote better community relationships. But what I found in my research was that the community thought these programs were nice, but in the end, they wanted the police to do their job. You see, what they really wanted from the police wasn't the chance to have ice cream on a summer day. What they wanted from the police was the chance to sit down with them and co-produce policing. You know, a couple years ago, a commanding officer within the New York City Police Department put together a program where for a week, the community board and the people within this precinct police themselves. The actual police department only stepped in when it was necessary. They only stepped in when there was danger to life. Now, within that context, that worked. But again, policing is contextual. It may not work everywhere. So after my conclusions, I came to some very clear recommendations. How do we improve policing moving forward? Number one is there should be some type of standardized police perception instrument. There should be some type of instrument that can be utilized by the community, by the police, to say, how do we feel? Transformative learning is a concept that is difficult to measure because transformative learning could occur over years, decades. But the concept of transformative learning is this: give individuals the opportunity to learn and make decisions on their own. Give them an opportunity to question their existing morals, values, and perspectives. Police training in 2024 moving forward should be giving these opportunities to police cadets. Every individual that comes into a police academy comes with experience, comes with perspective. Let's leverage that to make a better police officer. Officers in my study often felt that their departments weren't investing in them enough. They would invest in technical skills, policing skills, but there was a lack of investment in soft skill development. There was a lack of investment in making police officers better people. You see, we as a police, as a culture, as an industry, are good at making really good police officers. But how good are we to make really good people? Police culture reform was another one of my recommendations. And one of my largest recommendations, probably one of the recommendations I get the most pushback on, is the fact that in the United States, the term law enforcement is utilized to describe the industry as a whole. In my research, a lot of people saw that specific term as polarizing. The police thought that it put them in a hole, and the community thought that it was a little bit aggressive. So here's what I say: let's not use it anymore. This is the World Police Summit. Something that hopefully departments within the United States can take away from. The fact that utilizing a terminology such as police may be a better, less polarizing verbiage. You know, a lot of the times I get pushback when I speak about my research because it's based in qualitative studies, studies of emotion. I'm asked, where are the facts? Jason, where are the facts? Where are your statistics? Well, my statistics are in the emotions, my statistics are in the individual expressions of how people feel. As I said earlier, policing is a social science. It's based on people. And if you look back at how you make your decisions on a daily basis, do you base most of your decisions on statistics, or you base them most on emotion? Folks, I propose that evidence-based policing starts to really leverage qualitative studies, the studies of how people feel. Because in the end of the day, that's why people protest. That's why people are unhappy. That's why people are happy. It's not about the statistics. On the community side, let's educate people on the civil contract, the contract that we have all entered. We allow the police to have power, but there's something expected on the other end. Increased engagement, like I said earlier, not increased coffee with the cops, but increased co-policing. Community meetings where things are actually done. And of course, community-based learning. Allow the community to really learn with the police. When officers are going in for an update on some type of legislation, let some community members come in. Let them understand how these two groups aren't really that different. You know, in the end, as I continue my researching, I want to start looking at policing culture. I will be doing a collaborative inquiry with community members and policing. And later in 2024, I will be publishing something on trauma-informed transformative learning in police training. The bottom line is I put up two quotes here. Number one, policing in America is a phenomenon experienced in the social context, not an ethereal summons of the benevolent. And the police are not born into the profession. They're trained, molded, and indoctrinated. This process is capable of reform so as leaders are willing to change. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to change. Policing has to be agile because it exists in the social context. So let's work hard to be agile, and let's work at it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Marzeski. We have now come to the final keynote, Cultivating Discernment Capacities of Citizenry in the Age of Disinformation. Let's welcome Dr. Amar Ali Saifuddin, Assistant Dean, Graduate Studies Affair at Rabdan Academy, to join us on stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm from Rabdan Academy. My name is Dr. Omer. I am your last presenter. So I'm basically the last guy who's standing in the way of other things you have planned to do in Dubai, and it's a fun city. So I've got 15 minutes, but I'm going to make these 15 minutes really tight. See, there's a saying, what are you going to judge my presentation on at the end of the day? Is it the message that I'm going to bring across? Is it the messenger, moi? Or is it the messaging? Maybe I do a bit of tap dancing while I present, you know, a bit of framing, how I'm going to frame that message. Is it all three? I thought I'd start with a, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as I start with a quote and I end with a quote. It's always a good thing to do in presentations. I started by getting this quote from Oscar Wilde. I actually got it at the Louvre. It's a great place to visit, Abu Dhabi. Come on down. And it goes something like this. He said, the truth is never really simple, nor self-evident. And he said that in his time, in his context, perhaps he was looking forward into the future in some ways. He saw a world in which we are flooded. What are we flooded by? We are flooded by a lot of information. We are flooded also by a lot of tools to process that information. We are flooded also with a lot of tools to help to frame that information. And we are flooded with a lot of tools to make us sound even more convincing and to get that messaging across to the right audiences at the right time, in the right manner. We've gotten really good at selling everything, from vacuum cleaners to hamburgers to ideas to everything. So what are you going to believe? Let's take a quick exploration into that. So which is why I talked about cultivating discernment capacities of citizenry in the age of disinformation. We are talking about the lowest common denominator, the people. I'm not talking about convincing political leaders. I'm not talking about convincing technocrats. I'm talking about convincing the general man in the street. And more importantly, convincing the young people who are our future. What are we going to do about that? Let's take a look at some statistics, and sometimes the best way to sort of go around this topic is by asking the right questions. Oh, by the way, do you know what's the best answer you can give sometimes in these days in which you may actually have some credibility? If someone asks you for something and you really are trying to wing it, the best answer you can give is actually, I don't know. That is actually a very good answer. What that means is, I don't know, but let's explore this together. I don't know, but what are the kind of questions that we should be asking? I repeat, what are the questions we should be asking if we are going to be discerning the truth? And if you are a young person, what are the kind of questions you should be asking? So let's take a look at how bad things are out there. All right, this is a bit of statistics done in terms of a sample of 2,000 people back in February 2023. And what they did was they basically put out some disinformation content out there, and they wanted to look at the consumption patterns in a week. Disinformation on politics, COVID-19, climate change, and the war in Ukraine. You will notice something here. Just taking a quick glance at it without really going into too much detail, that's nearly half the sample. That's nearly half the sample in countries such as the United States and depending on topics. Now that's kind of frightening. Now, let's move on from there. What do we look at? What exactly is the medium that we are consuming? How many of you have teenagers? Raise your hands. Yeah, there you go. Have you tried to convince them of anything? What is it that they will say back to you besides whatever? You know, it sounds cool, whatever. You know? Well, they'll keep asking questions because they're not going to just take it based on just what you say. That's the way it is, deal with it. No. They're going to keep asking. If your answer is not going to be credible, it doesn't really speak to them, they're going to be asking other people. This is happening. And what do they turn to? Look at the stats on social media. Look at the age group, 18 to 34. That's what they look at. How many of you today read a printed newspaper? I think I know the answer. A printed newspaper, or even touched one today. Anyone? Did I see a hand actually go up? Oh my God. Well, well done, man. But amazing. I love it. But you're the only one. Yeah, but there you go. That's what's happening. If you look at the kind of printed mediums, and you look at the kind of medium that older people are consuming, that's the reality of things that we have today. Let's move on a little bit. So, what is it that people are consuming these days? The sad fact is there is a major distrust of mainstream information anywhere in the world. People have this idea that if you are the contrarian, or if you're that vocal minority that is basically talking about, that's giving that critical view, that somehow the contrarian actually knows something. He is like the revealer of truth. There's something very poetic and romantic about the guy who speaks up against the norm. You know, everybody likes the underdog, everybody likes the rebel. But here's the thing. One of the things that they do, and we do see an increasing reliance on alternate sources of information coming from other sources besides the mainstream, they like to promote the victim narrative. Everybody is trying to capture the victim narrative. They love the underdog. Once you do that, it speaks a certain language to you. Now, they're not the only ones. There's a whole community of them. When you have an echo chamber of victims coming together and they create this kind of impression of a movement of aggrieved people who are being victimized, that narrative speaks to anyone. It does. I'm not saying it's not true or anything like that, but the very nature of it appeals to people. That's what I need you to keep in mind. That's it. Now, it moves on. If it's disinformation, it moves on to the level of conspiracy narratives. You know, wow, there's so many conspiracy narratives out there. I was researching specifically on COVID-19 vaccine disinformation narratives. A lot of them came from New Age populations and so on, and some of them were people who I went to meditation class with. And it was incredible how eventually they started aligning with the most incredible ideas that were coming not just from fringe sources, but were even coming from very dubious militant groups as well. And I'm like wondering, where is this coming from? And I realized that they all shared a common narrative of opposing what the state was doing. All right, this idea that the sinister state is out to get you. If you take the vaccine, you'll turn into a lizard or whatever. All right, but that sort of resonated with people with many counterculture ideas, many people, many movements with grievances against the state, and so on. And one of the things they did a lot in their narratives, and here's where it gets interesting, and I want you to pay attention to this. We heard about critical thinking, right? Now, the people in these groups also advocate critical thinking. They actually say that in their narratives. They actually say, if you use your critical thinking abilities, you can see the conspiracy that the state is coming at you with. They are using those same narratives as well. Everybody likes to claim to be able to do critical thinking. Now, here's the thing, it's branding. It's branding using the word critical thinking, but what they are doing is they are actually leveraging on flawed logical and rhetorical fallacies. What are basically logical fallacies? These are basically your flaws in reasoning, all right? For example, correlation doesn't always equate to causation. And rhetorical fallacies. Basically, these are fallacies that appear because the way you frame the message looks very, very convincing. Let me give you an example of a fallacy that was very, very popular during the time of COVID-19 and all the conspiracy theories that were coming out. And one of this has to do with the idea of a false dilemma or a false dichotomy, as it is called. Now, it works like this. The false dichotomy fallacy basically says, you only have two choices in life. You're either with us or you're against us. You can either do this or do that. You either use violence or you don't use violence and be a victim. There is no middle ground. There is no reasoning. There is no looking at the problem and realizing that life offers you options if you're willing to have a conversation. All this is not in the picture. So these are the kind of tactics that were used by many of these alternate sources of information to make themselves appear very convincing. So what makes a good online conspiracy? Let's take a look at it. You don't tell the whole truth. You tell some parts of the truth. Basically, we are looking at cherry-packed facts that appear credible. You tie it to existing distrust of the state or hatred against any kind of group. And that's the thing. If there are existing grievances with any kind of people, if you basically want your narrative to sell, you just villainize them even more. And we saw that happening as well. Amplified online triggering emotive responses. And my previous speakers have touched on this, and they're absolutely correct. Let me tell you something. At the end of the day, you will not always remember what someone said to you. You won't remember it, but you will remember how they made you feel. And of course, it's all about trust. The information can be the most credible piece of information, but when the trust is not there with the messenger, you're not going to believe it. And the name of the game is winning trust. Coming from trusted individuals from one inner circle, it makes it sound even more credible. So why is cyberspace an ideal environment for disinformation? Well, the internet allows that to happen. You can put anything in there, all right? It is a place for fringe ideas to thrive. Jürgen Habermas, in his theory of communicative action, he spoke about the ideal speech situation in which people feel they can say and believe anything, can actually have a free discourse when there are no power dynamics. The internet creates this space where you feel you can just about say anything and get away with it, or you are in a level playing field, or at least creates the impression of that being the case. And this is another thing about the way we actually process information. Central systematic processing versus peripheral or heuristic processing. It's how our brains work. You see, for example, let me put it to you in a very simple way. If I'm going to buy a vacuum cleaner, what am I going to do? I'll probably Google for it, right, these days. Would I actually now come up with and do a systematic research of every single vacuum cleaner company in Dubai? Go through each and every one of them, take apart every vacuum cleaner, examine it for its defects and its benefits, and then finally come up with a research and say, you know, finally I think I'll choose this this vacuum cleaner. You're not going to do that. We all depend on heuristics. Heuristics are shortcuts to decision making. We want quick, fast answers to everything, and that's the problem. There used to be a time when we used to go to the library and went through microfilms. I did that, you know. But the thing is that when you do things slowly and you go through it in a systematic manner, you go through the details thoroughly. But the thing is that even though that is very good, we are living in a time where information and decisions need to be made very fast. People want quick answers. So we turn to devices and tools that claim to be able to produce those quick, easy answers. Young people have no time to wait. They want quick, easy answers, and the internet provides it. And that's the problem. And that's where you get a rise of a lot of these truth seeker movements who are able to pitch that narrative, that idea that they are the bastions of truth, going against the deep state, discovering all these conspiracies, cherry-picking information, framing it in a manner that looks really convincing, and then make that easily available to just about everyone. So that's why it looks very convincing. So, what's discernment? Critical thinking is still a must. What I'm trying to say is, it's how you do critical thinking. And in Rabdan Academy, we have courses in which we have systematically laid out the processes by which you do proper critical thinking. And it's not just a label, it is a process. Now, discernment. In the Webster Dictionary, it is the ability to be able to grasp and comprehend what is obscure. And when you are trying to find the truth in a topic that is flooded with a lot of emotion, with a lot of information, that is where you require the ability to discern even more. Discernment and critical thinking can be two different things. Let me explain. You need the tools that comes from the methodologies you use for critical thinking. The problem is, it's always pitched as a cure-all solution, all right? Sometimes you need to combine it with other things such as integrated complexity. What that means is that you're able to look at a plurality of views and synthesize them together to produce a certain picture. You will look at other views as well, and you're able to analyze them, deconstruct an argument, and then synthesize it. Now, judge the argument, not the perspective, not the preconceived notions about the messenger. And what do we go for these days? Remember, keep this in mind. The framing also matters. Nobody wants information that is just too taxing on the brain, all right? We all go for those shortcuts, cognitively non-taxing, bite-sized information. If I can put that to you in a very convincing, entertaining manner, you'll probably remember that, all right? And more often than not, it's got to speak to you. Do you remember this line in Avatar, the movie, which says, "I see you"? What does that mean? People love narratives coming from people that make you feel as if you understand them. I understand you. I see your world. I see your pain. I see what are the challenges you're going through. I see you as you are. Isn't that amazing? If a messenger can make you feel that way, no matter what they say, you'll believe them. All right? I need you to keep that in mind. So, this is the summary of what I'm saying we can do in terms of a kind of approach to especially our youth. If you can't discern the truth in an increasingly complex world that uses technology to make anything more believable, then what do? First thing you do is you take your finger and then put it against your beard. No, I'm just kidding. But that got your attention. Someone once said, you can't always discern the truth, but you can discern the agenda behind the message. What exactly is that message trying to make you do? Is it trying to divide people? Is it trying to promote hate? Is it trying to make you have distrust against certain communities or vilify them? What's the agenda behind it? That you can tell. Is the agenda of the narrative, like I said, spreading hatred, distrust, vilifying, creating polarization in the community? And is the agenda coming from someone whose credibility has been questioned by a trusted community of practitioners, who has a personal agenda or a particular hatred for that particular group and so on? It is the self-proclaimed experts. That's the problem with this age of the internet. There are way too many experts out there pitching their ideas, whose actual qualifications are other than from the discipline that can answer the question credibly. I remember in anti-vaxxer research, some of those doctors that were claiming alternative medicine came from homeopathy, all right? And it's got nothing to do with vaccine research. There are fact-checking sites. Do you know, I tell my daughter and I tell a lot of teenagers these days, there are tools out there you can use. Just go to a Google search engine. You get a dubious title, a dubious article, you just type fact-check, inverted commas, type that article, close enter. You'll be surprised how many fact-checking websites there are out there that can actually help you with discerning the truth. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that you need to get a community together to work at the problem of disinformation. The state can't do it alone. Schools can't do it alone. Individuals can't do it alone. You need the people to come together. If you see that there's a lot of unhealthy information that is being spread in the community, you need a resilient, united community to dispel any agents of falsehood. What do we need? We need a community of practice. You see, disinformation is a topic in which you need all kinds of disciplines coming in. Social sciences, information technology, those who are dealing with artificial intelligence, those who are dealing with strategic thinking, safety and security issues, emergency response people, because they are trying to convince the people to do a certain thing, where a conspiracy group may actually come and say, don't do that. These things are happening, all right? And you got to find the right middleman or middle person, all right? There are people within the community that they already trust. Find them. Talk to the community. Find these intermediaries to spread the message that you're trying to get out across. Train our youth with the skills for proper critical thinking and work with them through this journey. Never give up on them, and never give up on them asking you questions. You know, it's rather good that they still come to you to ask the question instead of something else. All right? I'll end with another quote. It also came from the Louvre. It came from Khalil Gibran. And the quote goes something like this: perplexity is the beginning of wisdom. I thought that was beautiful. What it means if you are confused, if you are just flooded and overwhelmed with this flood of information out there, and actually that's a good part to start. Start by asking the questions, and you will get towards the truth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Omar, for such an insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end. We hope you enjoyed all of the content, and it has been an absolute pleasure having you with us. Thank you, and have a lovely evening.